Hi there, good morning. Well, you thought it was all about a big game today, didn't you? But why wait for one when we've got 15 to bring you here at the MODUS Super Series? I'm joined by Matthew Edgar, who was commentating on the action yesterday, which we'll look back at in a moment. But Matt, it looks like it's going to be a very significant day, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Gian van Veen won those games yesterday, got 5 from 5. He's top of the table. He's the one to keep an eye on because he's obviously the one who could pull away from this today. But I don't see it going that way. I think this is going to bunch up a little bit today.
Yeah, it did pull away yesterday, and Henry Discrepan will tell us how.
The Gamblers' cards were stacked against him, pointless following the opening day's play in Group A. He did have moments like this 99, they just weren't converted into wins. Gary Stone put in some good performances, but the results didn't marry up. His biggest finish is 1-2-8 to send it all the way against Gian van Veen. Arjan Konterman won 2 matches from 5 on Monday, sees him in 4th place on 4 points. Talking about 4s, 2 consecutive 4-0 victories saw Josh Payne as a dominant force early on in the league table. However, he lost his subsequent 2 matches after that before winning his final game against Gary Stone. David Cameron had a debut to remember, winning 4 out of his 5 matches in his Super Series bout, including moments like this 1-4-2 against Gary Stone. But the spoils most definitely belong to Gian van Veen, winning all 5 matches, a 5-star day for the man from the Netherlands.
Yeah, it was Gian the man in terms of wins yesterday, and he is top of the league table, of course, after a clean sweep on the opening day of action in this group. But he was the first to admit, Matt, that he wasn't brilliant in every match, 4 of them 4-3, and he knows that the likes of David Cameron and Josh Payne are hot on his heels.
Yeah, he's a long, long way off his best. I mentioned yesterday he's got that Pro Tour average of a 94. That's what we see, or we expect to see, really, from Gian. Now, this could be looked at 2 ways. You could look at that and think, well, I got a bit fortunate there, this could bunch up around me and I could get swallowed. Or it could go the other way, where you go, well, I haven't played my best, but I've still managed to get the points on the board now. Now when I do play my best, this group can't touch me.
The big surprise, though, surely the man at the bottom, Graham Usher, without a single win to his name.
Yeah, he's one of the bookies' favourites, not just for this group, but for the entire week. And that's due to what he's done before and the stats he's produced. I'm going to speak about this a little bit in commentary when Graham Usher's on the screen, but Graham Usher has actually got some of the best stats of any player that's ever played in this in terms of game speed, amount of wins. He has got record-setting numbers, and then he's bottom of the table on -12. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, the stats from yesterday see him slightly off the pace, but he's not a million miles away from the likes of Arjan Konterman. What stands out for you, though, are those performances yesterday when you crunch the numbers?
There's a couple of things. First of all, Graham Usher won 180. That's just unheard of, and he got that, I think, in his last game as well. And then when you look at Gary Stone, 9 180s, 26% on the finishers, shows he's got that scoring power going, but it's very, very clear where Gary Stone needs to improve if he's going to move up that table.
And out of the top 3, Josh Payne, he started fantastically and then had a mid-session dip. But despite the fact that Gian van Veen won all of his matches, would you say that David Cameron was kind of the player of the day?
Definitely, I mean, the numbers suggest that as well, but that is slightly inflated with that 100 average that David had in the last game. It takes one good average in this sort of format, and it can really highlight those numbers and give you a little bit of a misreading. That being said, it's not a misreading in terms of consistency on David Cameron. If we look at who's going to produce today, you've got to look at Josh Payne, haven't you, and think that the man's got 2 Pro Tour titles to his name. If someone's going to make a move, if someone's going to raise their game, it's going to be Josh.
Well, the first match of this morning does feature David Cameron. He's taking on the Dutchman Arjan Konterman, and when the pair met yesterday, it went the way of Cameron 4-2. Last match of the day, and if he wins again the first one, he could find himself top of the table.
That's the beauty of just how the fixtures pan out, really, isn't it? Because Gian would have come off there and hits the top, but then by the time he comes back again, he's no longer on the top because of sort of that double whammy sort of fixture list that we've got for David Cameron. And yeah, if he certainly can produce what he did yesterday, that level of consistency was fantastic. He's going to be hard to beat.
I'd like to see anybody go through today. Graham Usher is probably already out of winning the group. Do you expect to see anybody else drop out?
Gary Stone's in that same sort of choice. He's only got one win, hasn't he? He's got 2 points on the board, and he doesn't have much on the legs column. He could be in danger of doing the same, but I don't expect it to go the same way as yesterday. I think we could literally see the results completely flip around today, and that's just the standard of this group. It is the standard. The standard of this phase, this series so far, 88.22. The standard of yesterday, 88.22. This is the level of the Super Series, and because of that, I expect to see a lot of change.
Yeah, the expected standard, but it means unexpected results. So expect the unexpected, and Matt will go and join Henry Deacon to talk you through each match.
Thank you very much, Chris. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Moving Day here at the Super Series. Tuesday signifies who will be in the race for the first place in Saturday night's final. And we begin our Tuesday action in the same vein that we finished the first, as David Cameron takes on Arjan Konterman. David Cameron, the debutant yesterday, up against Arjan Konterman, and a change of referee for the action here. Our leading official, Charlie Courtefine, is with us for every single match for the remainder of the week. You've seen him on some of the biggest stages in the world of darts. He was at Minehead at the weekend, officiating at the UK Open. He's back with us here at the Super Series, and a sterling job he does as well. So 15 matches to look forward to on Tuesday. But no 10 o'clock kick-off in your life? Who needs that? You've got 9:30 darts, and we're going to do it in the company of prime time himself. It's a very good morning, Matthew Edgar.
Morning, Henry. It's going to be a good one today, this, isn't it? We're going to see a lot of shifting, a lot of moving in the table, I think. I don't think this is going to be one of those groups where we see too much of a pull away at the top. I just mentioned up there with Chris Murphy that the running average is literally bang on yesterday's average, 88.22. This is the standard. This is the level. And when you're matching that level and you're matching that standard, you're going to get
59.
An exchange of results. You'll win one, I'll lose one, you'll win one. And what that's going to do is that's going to give us a very bunched up table. And when you've got someone at the bottom of the table with the talent of Graham Usher, you can only suggest that the table's going to get congested very soon.
What was interesting when you looked at the stats of Chris Murphy at the top of the programme was the double statistics for Graham was around about 40%. If you can keep that mark and just up the average, then look, we don't expect Graham to have another day like he did yesterday. Every player has that odd off day here. But you expect him to be better today. And even though Gian van Veen's top on 10 points, you expect there to be some moves.
85. David, you require
It could be by
86.
this man here, David Cameron, who, a bit like yesterday, has got out the traps firing early on, leaving 86 after 12. Now 82. Bullseye for double 16. We saw him get bull
70.
Double 16. But not to be on this occasion.
80. David, you require 16.
Mentioned at the end of yesterday, David Cameron was probably the most
the
impressive player of the day.
Cameron.
And he starts off with that same sort of impressive nature. 16 data at 9:30 in the morning.
Second leg, it's Arjan to throw first.
That does add a level of significance to it. Because it is very hard to get up and get to that level of performance this early.
140.
And I think it should also be noted as well that David Cameron has made the flight over from Canada. Of course, a time difference of, depending on whether he's on the eastern or western seaboard, of between 6 to 9 hours. As he kicks off with a max in this leg. He's having to deal with jet lag as well as play these early matches. It would be roughly 3:30 in the morning if he was in the eastern seaboard, and around about midnight now if he was on the western seaboard.
Now, I've just had a look at the betting for today
59.
and the odds, and see what the odds compilers are going with. And one thing I can say here that's really standing out is what we're talking about when we're talking about Graham
100.
Usher. Now, I'm looking at Graham Usher's first couple of games. He is 11 to 10 against Gian van Veen. Gian van Veen will have the throw as well. He's top of the table. He's won 5 from 5. Graham Usher's bottom on -12. And he's still just 11 to 10. That is respect. That is respect that Graham Usher has earned from a level of performance that's not judged on one day,
45.
but judged over multiple appearances in this format. He's actually the favourite to win his next 2 matches after that.
Bullseye for 2-0.
103. Arjan, you
And
require
he's
116.
come out the gate firing here. Contaman 116 goes downstairs. Another one of them would have left him a dart at tops to level up at one apiece. So Cameron returns to 25
56.
to make it 2-0 in
David,
the
you
flash of an
require
eye.
25.
An average of 104.68. Looking for a potential 14. 5 double 10 is the MO, is the
Game
route.
shot on the
And there it
second
is to
leg.
David Cameron.
David
That's
Cameron.
a 14 dart leg for him on the back of a 16 in the first leg. So the first 2 legs won in the space of 30 darts.
Third leg,
It's all
David
right
to
for
throw
first thing in the morning.
Game on.
Yeah, he'll be happy enough with that, won't he? And I suppose one thing that I can say from playing over in Canada myself is they just,
140.
this time of morning doesn't seem to bother them. They'll play darts any time of day. And we over here, we traditionally like to start 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. We like to start a little bit
140.
later. Us Brits, you know, we'd like to ease into the day first before we crack out the darts. They just get on with it straight away. So I'm not surprised, actually, when you think about it in that sense. Because what they do is they
41.
tend to play multiple tournaments on a day. We just want to play one tournament, that's it, I'm done now. Where they'll play multiple. They'll play some cricket,
57.
they'll play some 01 as they call it, which is this format, the 501 or 301 or 701. They might even have all those different formats on the same day. You might play 4 tournaments.
100.
They just cram as much as they can into their tournament time. But I guess a lot of that comes down to the travelling as well. There's a lot of miles between
140.
tournaments. So if you're putting in 4 or 5 hours worth of journey, you want to get as much darts in as you can. Which does mean starting early, as David Cameron is showing us here. Actually working out quite well for him.
180.
Second max of the match.
Arjan, you require
104.5
164.
average. He's on for 13 unless this 164 goes to Arjan Konterman,
84. David, you require
who does not
40.
know what is hitting. Because David Cameron
No score.
misses 3 darts, and so
Arjan, you
Contaman
require
gets his
80.
first opportunity.
Game shot on the third leg.
If you ever need
Arjan Konterman.
that welcome to darts expression, watch those last 6 darts. Because
Fourth
David
leg, it's
Cameron,
Arjan to throw
looking
first.
like he's going to average
Game
100,
on.
looking like he's going to go 3-0 up. He throws 2 darts, which couldn't have got any closer. You could not have gone and got a sheet of paper
85.
and wedged it between that dart and the wire. It was so close. And then Contaman comes up, he throws a dart at double 10 that nearly hits the treble, and then out it goes, and all of a sudden, it's game on again.
43.
You were mentioning as well about the journeys from Canada, and they are. I mean, sometimes the 4 or 5 hour journeys are just inside your own
55.
state. Big country.
We did spend a lot of time yesterday looking back over the achievements of David Cameron, and you know, we spoke about that success
41.
at Lakeside for the seniors. But we now know David Cameron's fate when we look forward. When we look forward, David Cameron has a date at Alexandra
57.
Palace, and he's got a date booked in now with Richie Edhouse. If David Cameron produces like he has in this, there could be a bit of an upset on the
58.
cards there.
Another one of our players here this week, Diogo Portea. He's also going to be at Alexandra Palace
94.
in December.
I believe he's got Cameron Menzies.
That's not going to be a quiet affair.
180.
David Cameron started anything but quiet.
145.
That's a third 180 already for David Cameron today. We're just 3 and a bit legs into the day. If David Cameron was to beat Richie Edhouse,
41.
his
Arjan,
seed
requires 65.
would be the world number 9, Danny Noppert.
45.
He's played
David,
some great
require
stuff in 2022.
138.
So 138 for Cameron for a breaker throw and for a 3-1 lead. Doesn't go. So Contaman, despite the brilliance of Cameron getting out of the traps
83.
early on,
Arjan, you require 20.
has stuck in here and afforded himself the opportunity to level up. If he can pin this
Game
double
shot on the
five,
fourth leg.
he's up to the
Arjan
task.
Konterman.
And so for the first time today, we are at Desmond. Cameron 2, Contaman 2.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
And it just goes back to that 3 darts at tops that David Cameron had, and he put those 2 right on the wire. He couldn't got them any closer.
59.
And then Contaman steps in, pulls back a leg, and now all of a sudden, like you say, it's 2-2, it's game on.
140.
If anything, you would say that Contaman at the moment is the more likely.
Because you sense at that point, if he took one of those darts at tops, goes 3-0 up, the way the passage of play was going, is
85.
probably going to win it 4-0. And now he really is embroiled in a battle. Saving grace is he does have the darts
91.
in the odd-numbered legs. And of course, if you are tuning in to us for the first time today, welcome to you. We play 6 days a week, over 12 weeks for them, determining a champion on week 13.
60.
This is Group A. It's a group full of 6 players. The winner of this will guarantee a spot into Saturday night's final. We'll then see the players in second and third in this group be joined by 3 other players in Group B. 3 players from 5 on Thursday and Friday evening from 10 p.m. will progress through to the finals. 4th, 5th and 6th in this group will be in Group C. They'll be joined by 3 more players Thursday, Friday morning from 9:30 to secure the final 2 spots into finals night. And at finals night, the winner will win £5,000 and a place at the Champions Week in week 13 of the phase. Arjan Konterman looking to be a part of that fantastic 13 and leads himself on 70 after 12. But it's going to be under some severe pressure from David Cameron, who finds a 177 out the fire to leave himself on double 10 if this doesn't go.
50. David, you required 20.
To regain the lead. He went 2-0 up. Should have gone 3-0 up. He was brought back to 2-2 and finally gets that third leg on the board. David Cameron is now 1 away from victory. And it's interesting. I always like to look into the numbers and the stats and the data of the players. And actually, Arjan Konterman, when he goes down to that 16 and 8 area, he's deadly. But he's doing everything within his power today to avoid it. An opportunity there on the 70. 70 is a great way to see which way people are going to go. And he started on the 18, which suggested to me that he was going to go down to that favourable 16 and 8 area. Then he went to the 12s to leave tops, where normally if you're going to try and leave the tops, players would start on the 10, not the 18. So it's almost like he's caught in a couple of minds up there already this early. And we talk about the early games. It wasn't too much of a concern for him yesterday. A 92.28 average, 2 180s and a 4-1 victory over Gary Stone.
137.
This is good. He opened with just a 42, offered David Cameron the opportunity to step in. Cameron has stepped in. 100, 1, 2, 3, 140. But Contaman not lying down. 140, 137. Good reaction to
76.
The poor opening visit.
David, you require
providing
138.
an opportunity. And we spoke about the World Championship for David Cameron. This is a famous World Championship shot, the 138. Won't go on this occasion, but if you follow a certain Keith Deller on...
I was going to say, who's got that?
Arjan, you require 106.
You might see it every now and then.
Double 16. We saw 106 yesterday. We see it again. And Contaman takes us to a deciding leg in our opening game of the day.
7th and final leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
It would have been easy there for Arjan just to throw in the towel and go, it's a long day, it's a long week. Not to worry. So when he opened with that 42 and David Cameron jumped in. But he had a 137 in there, 140, a 106 out. That is very good reactive darts. And being able to have that sort of reaction in a positive way, that's sort of A-game developing material.
60. 42.
So that 42 gives the advantage to David Cameron, who went dry after getting a 140 in his first visit at the leg.
137.
Finds another 2 treble turn to leave himself on 164 after 9.
Speaking of going dry, this is kind of where Arjan traditionally has gone
95.
dry. In this
David
situation, he has gone
164.
5 from 15. So just 5 wins from 15 times that he's gone to 3-3. And when he's against the throw like he is in
100.
this situation, he has only won 4 times out of the 11 matches that have gone the distance. So not a good stat that he can turn this one around.
David, you require 64.
If he's going to turn it around, he's going to have to hope. He's going to have to hope that David Cameron does not mop up this 64 finish.
Game, shot,
and that hope
and the match
has now
David
gone.
Cameron.
David Cameron mops up the 64 and kicks off his campaign today with 2 points. That will move him now to the top of the table, and eyes will move to Gian van Veen, who will be coming up in a couple of games' time. But before we see Gian van Veen, we're going to get to see Josh Payne taking on Gary Stone, as Josh Payne looks to make his move to the top as well.
And so Cameron conquers Contaman in game 1 here on Tuesday at the MODUS Super Series. A 4-3 success for the Canadian, who will be playing at the World Championship later on in a few weeks. 94.3 average, good stuff from him. Probably flattering a little bit for Arjan to get to 3 in that one, but he was efficient with his doubling, just as David Cameron was, and that means that the Canadian makes a perfect start to the day and joins Gian van Veen on 10 points at the top of the table and is top of the table on leg difference, a healthy leg difference as well, 4 better off than the Dutchman, who we'll see in a couple of games' time against Graham Usher. But coming next, it is a meeting between Josh Payne and Gary Stone. And when the pair met yesterday, this is what happened. Josh Payne. I thought we were going to see the clip of what happened, but evidently not. So we'll forget about that. I'll just tell you what happened. Josh Payne won that match 4-2. He had the highest average of the day. a 94.4, and that was off the back of 2 straight defeats. Gary Stone himself, well, he hit the most 180s in this group yesterday, 9 of them, but he had the worst checkout percentage in the group. So, yeah, Payne against Stone, looking to go head-to-head again. Payne won his first 2 matches yesterday, brilliant start, lost the next 2, and then won the final one, as I just mentioned. Not sure if we can show you the end of that match or not. We'll try one more time. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to... Oh, well, you can see how it ended. And now we can see exactly how it ended. With Josh Payne landing that double 10, double 5 rather. No mistake from him there, and he did get the points. And yeah, a really good end to the day after what was a disappointing middle for him. So will it be the same outcome with joy for Josh, or will we see a precious Stone victory? Over to our 2 gems in the commentary box.
I was hoping we were going to see more of Chris Murphy's face. I've got to be honest with you, Matt. Anyway, Gary Stone against Josh Payne is our second game of the day here at the Super Series. On moving day, Josh Payne would be looking for a smooth victory, which we did see yesterday. The 28-year-old from Usher throwing a 23-gram Red Dragon Dart, a 2-time PDC Pro Tour event winner. Kicked off the day with 2 consecutive 4-0 wins before then going down to 2 consecutive defeats, but then beat Stone in the last meeting yesterday, the 41-year-old from Larkhill. Perhaps performances didn't quite marry up with the results that it perhaps deserved, which makes this battle in mid-table quite an intriguing one.
Yeah, I think this is intriguing for a couple of different stories and a couple of different reasons. I think Josh Payne, if he's going to really want to get through this group as the winner, he's going to have to start making a move here, because David Cameron's now reached 10 points. Gian van Veen's already on 10 points, and he's got a game still to come as well after this one. So Josh Payne's going to need to start making a move. Not only that, but Gary Stone's only got 2 points. So I think if Gary Stone's going to be making a move, he's probably going to need to go through the card today. So they both need this win.
123.
Keep their hopes alive. I think if Josh Payne wins this game, I would dare say that Gary Stone is going to get the marker pen.
140.
Josh Stone, he sounds like one of those wrestlers in your WWE thing.
121.
Matt Egg is biting his tongue in this commentary box.
I was trying to think, because Josh showed me a photo this morning on his phone, and it was of an old
58
90s wrestler. When they used to just get people in to do a job. Someone just come in to lose to the start.
Bit like us in the commentary box.
Yeah, just come and put someone else over.
100.
And he looked like Harry Kane with a moustache. And I'm trying to think who it was now. And I thought, I can't think who it was that he showed me. I'll see if I can get that picture.
136. Gary, you require 157.
I'll give you a kinder time on wrestling than perhaps John Walling would.
81. Joshua
So
required
16, double 16
48.
for Josh Payne with the opening leg in the space of 14 darts. Lovely little live for the double. Now things could get a little awkward.
32.
Because he had to
Gary,
pitch over the top
76.
of that final dart. Tots are 1-0. For a break of flow, but that drags low.
Joshua requires 16.
That was the story of yesterday for Gary Stone, wasn't it? Those missed doubles, the lowest percentage of any of the players
shot on the first
in the
leg.
field. Now,
Josh Payne.
one of the things that was interesting about Josh Payne when he threw for that last visit is Josh Payne likes to leave tops.
Second
the
leg, it's
numbers
Gary
heavily
to throw
support
first. Game on.
And just the vibe and the feel you get when you watch Josh, he's always trying to set up tops when he's breaking down.
140.
Now, he decided to go to the 16s on that last occasion. And I think that was an advancement of what we're seeing in the future of
55.
how players approach the game. Because if you look at where he put that first dart, he put that first dart right by the wire of the double 16. I think he was trying to use
100.
that dart and set himself up for almost like a barrier, like a wall, like a buffer into that double 16, rather than going 8 for his preferred target of the tops.
45. 100.
And just to give you an example, Josh Payne has thrown 469 darts at tops in this
42.
format, where he's
Gary,
thrown just
required
163 at the
161.
double 16. That further indicates tactical play there from Josh Payne and maybe an indication of the future of the game.
42.
Seen Daryl Gurney in the past, haven't we? Throw the flatty, where he regrips the dart further down the barrel, so when he wants to throw 60, he doesn't block
93.
tops and
Gary,
the dart lays down flat to give him the open bed.
Show a 10 there would have left him a dart at double 16.
79.
So I was then to leave tops with Payne all the way back on 266. This is for a 16 dart holder throw. And to level this game up at 1 apiece, but it's going to be under a bit of pressure. Maximum pressure from the maximum.
80. Gary, you require
And so
40.
tops for a level game.
Game shot on the second
No
leg.
mistake for Gary Stone. Good game, good standard. 88 and 92 averages respectively. And it's kind of what we've come to expect
Third
from this
leg, it's Josh to
pool
throw
of players.
first.
Before
Game
play
on.
got underway yesterday, we thought we were going to see some mesmeric stuff. And we are certainly getting treated to a tungsten bonanza over the last couple of days.
140.
You love a good tungsten bonanza, don't you, Matt?
134.
This time of year, isn't it? Tungsten bonanza. It's like darts galore.
140.
Just finished one big major event. Then we've got 6 days of the Super Series as we look ahead to things such as the World Championship. We've just had the Grand
140.
Slam. It's like the best time to be a dart player.
If you like tungsten tossing, then this is the time of year for you.
180.
Well, we've had 2 matches in this game, and they've both been to apply pressure on a finish. This time on the 81 for Josh Payne, and it could have forced the issue, but he's gone double 19, double top, and that is absolutely sublime under that sort of pressure. Gary Stone came at him with a maximum, then a pull into the single free, and to have the temerity and the composure to go double 19, double top at the 2 different parts of the board for a 12 dart leg. That takes some kudos, Josh Payne.
58.
And that's woke him up, hasn't it?
180.
Straight in with his second 180 of the match. The third of the match in total, 2 for Josh, 1 for Gary, as
59.
he rises his average over the 100 mark.
And rising.
For
For the 9 will not be a rising. But the average, have a look at that.
100.
$106.35. And you said that you expected Josh possibly to do
90.
something today. Well, he's putting out a statement to the field. And Gary Stone's averaging 99, and he's playing the part of a passenger at times in this game just because of the sheer brilliance of Payne.
100. Josh, you require 91.
Two 10s for the break and
81.
3-1. He is going to return.
$136. Josh, you require 10. Game shot on the fourth
Straight
leg.
for it and
Josh
straight
Payne.
in. 3 from 6 on the outer ring, 102.75 average, 5 140s,
Fifth
2
leg, it's Josh
180s.
to throw
Every column
first.
you look
Game
in,
on.
Josh Payne is filling them with numbers. And like you said, I did say that at the start of the day, didn't I?
93.
You know what you're talking about. Sort of.
Chris Murphy's going to be on the balcony going, oh no, here he goes again. Last time I was here,
93.
I made a lot of predictions correctly, but I also had a habit of making sure everyone knew that I predicted a lot of things correctly.
Yeah, but the difference is Chris only has to see you after games 5 and
93.
10. Shall we look at the numbers because they're good, aren't they?
61.
They're good. The averages, 101.81. It's just delved underneath the ton there for Gary Stone. In terms of the doubles, very, very good. 3 from 6, 1 from 3.
100.
But the scoring power pack, it's that 140 plus column for Josh Payne. 5 of them. Made that a second match for Gary Stone, though.
180.
Very important one as well, because Gary Stone was just starting to lose
58.
touch of
Gary,
this game. It
require
looked like we was just about to
167.
see Josh Payne go and cross the line, and then Gary Stone finds a 180 that just keeps things alive. It's his second 180 of
97.
this game
Josh
so far. He was very good on the 180s
157.
yesterday. We might not have much more opportunity to get many more. The one thing that let Gary Stone down yesterday was not the 180s, was not the power scoring, it was this, the outer ring, the
83.
finishing.
Gary requires 70.
Can he wrap up this 70 and keep this game going? The dart at the bull.
Game
That's
shot on
some
the fifth
recovery.
leg.
When
Gary
you throw
Stone.
that first dart, let's be fair, it wasn't even near the treble 10. It was well inside the 6. Didn't contemplate
Sixth leg,
the
it's Gary to
treble,
throw
didn't
first.
contemplate the double.
Game
It was just
on.
big 14 bull. That was a breaker throw.
It was a man with a plan as he approached the board. He wasn't thinking ad hoc on the go.
37.
He knew if this situation, just bang, bang, don't think twice.
81.
And let's have a look at the overhead angle, otherwise known. Here's one for you, Matt. Top cam. This is what it's officially called.
121.
I spoke to the brilliant guys in the production truck. That's what it's called. Top cam. For some top darts!
180.
The 5th of the match, and it could be quickly followed by
140.
not the 6th.
Charlie was thinking, I
140.
could do with a nice quieter group so I don't have to be bellowing out these 180s and I could give my voice a rest. This is the wrong group to be doing that with, because that
98.
is 8
Joshua
180s for the day
100.
already. David Cameron hit 3. Josh Payne's hit 3. Gary Stone has hit 2. Josh Payne will be hoping to hit 2 points.
No
he's hit 100,
score.
he's bust.
Gary, you require 105.
Because that could be a game-changing error because he should be
45.
having 3 at a double
Joshua
here.
require 100.
May not even get one. He may not get one. He won't get one.
60.
And that could be
Gary,
a
you require
game-changing
60.
mistake.
Nearly busted again, just threw that last dart away and it went very, very close.
Game shot on the
And
sixth
this one's going
leg.
very, very
Gary
close because this
Stone.
one's going to a last leg shootout. Josh Payne will have the advantage of throw, but
7th and final
if there
leg.
is
It's
such
Josh
thing
to
as
throw first.
momentum,
Game on.
that has to be in the favour of Gary Stone right now because Josh Payne, let's be fair about this, made an absolute mess of that
97.
back end of the leg.
Out of the 14 legs we could have played so far today, we have played all 14. It is a group that was destined to be tight, a group destined to be tense, a group destined for some good arrows, and we are getting all 3 of those combined together.
And when it goes all the way, we've got 2
100.
players here that know how to win. Gary Stone has gone 39 times to the deciding leg and won 20 of those. Josh Payne has won 34 times at 4-3, well, at 3-3. 34 matches, lost 25. 30 of those have been with the throw, of which he's won
50.
18, lost 12. So a good percentage on the numbers. Gary Stone 20 times has gone against the darts in this situation. Won 7,
57.
lost 13. So the numbers suggest that Josh Payne should just stutter and stumble over the line.
85.
Well, that's now left him on 169, and the woes to try and see out this game just continue to go on.
83.
Well, it's 2 howling errors there, isn't it? The last leg when he bust the 100, there he just needed a straight dart and he's gone in the 5. It's put him from a finish to a non-finish, really. Come downstairs, Josh.
99.
Nice lead.
Gary, you require 121.
Gary's already took out a ball so far. He's 3 from 6. He's much better on the outer ring. This is a chance for the match.
57.
I get the feeling that this is
Josh, you
Josh's last
require
opportunity.
70.
He's going to get 1 dart at tops.
Game, shots,
Only needs
and
1
the match.
dart
Josh
at
Payne.
tops. And Josh Payne, by hook and by crook, gets over the line against Gary Stone. Stone, who took advantage of Payne busting 100 in the previous leg, but it is the maximum who gets his opening win of the day, which in turn puts him onto 8 points in this group, following his 4th win of the group. Well, we're going to take a short break. When we return, it is a book-ending battle as Gian van Veen, the man who started the day on top, takes on Graham Usher, who started the day at the foot of the table.
Welcome back, where it's been two fight tights in the opening two matches. It's been 4-3 wins for the winners, David Cameron and Josh Payne. Repeat results from yesterday, but they were made to work hard for those 4-3s. You can see Josh Payne there actually posting his highest average so far, though lower than Gary Stone, only just. But brilliant finishing from Payne. Stone improved in that department as well, but can't improve his league standing. Still fifth. Josh Payne remains in third on 8 points. The top two on 10, Gian van Veen and David Cameron. But Gian has a game in hand, and he's about to play it now. He takes on Graham Usher in a battle between two players with opposite fortunes yesterday. Could have been different. Usher waiting on 60 here in the very last match this pair played, and Gian van Veen took out this fabulous 104 checkout and then went on to win the match 4-3, pinning double 8 to do so. It was one of 4 4-3 victories for Gian van Veen. Bit of practice before delivering the final dart worked out for him. Didn't work out for Graham Usher yesterday at all. Lost all of his matches in something that's really unheard of for him at the Super Series. As Matthew Edgar was saying next to me earlier, one of the players with the best stats across all of the matches that we've played here. He'll be looking to turn his campaign around against Van Veen here, who admitted himself that he was not at his best despite winning all of his games. But he's looking to remain unbeaten and leave Graham Usher to burn at the bottom of the table. Let's see which way it goes in the company of Henry and Matt.
Cheers, Merv. Two players who had two completely contrasting opening days at the Super Series go toe-to-toe in their first clash of day two. Gian van Veen was 10 from 10. Perfect on his opening day's action here at this new venue in Portsmouth. As for Graham Usher, the gambler, well, he folded 0 points following his first day's play. But what's day two going to do for these two players? I wonder, Matthew Edgar.
I think one thing we're going to see today is a move from Graham Usher, the 49-year-old from Scarborough. He's
first leg, it's Gian
produced
to
some
throw
amazing
first.
things in the past when he's been here, and I don't think anyone would have ever expected to see Graham Usher bottom of the table minus 12 on 0 points in any group. Even if this was a Champions Week group,
100.
you would not expect to see Graham Usher at the bottom. Now, yesterday, I mentioned
100.
about one of his games being one of the fastest games that's ever existed in Super Series history. I said that was 6 minutes 6, I thought it was. It was actually 6 minutes 8 seconds against Andy Jenkins.
100.
But it actually only turned out to be the 6th highest average of all speed of game of all
100.
time. It was actually beaten twice by Graham Usher himself. Graham Usher, 5 minutes 50 seconds it took him to
60.
beat Andy Jenkins. He must not like Andy Jenkins or something, because that's 5 minutes 50 and 6 minutes 8 seconds. And then 5 minutes 48 seconds to beat Gavin Carlin. Just think, 5 minutes 48 seconds to win a match of darts.
85. Graham, you require
Insane when you
161.
think about what can you actually do in 5 minutes?
91.
Imagine that, take that song.
Gian, you require 156.
156 for Van Veen to start his day in style. That would have left double 18s. Only one way to go for 156.
Graham, you require
only
70.
6 finishes on the dartboard, which can only be done one way. Tops for double 10.
Game
for
show
Graham
the
Usher
first
to break
leg.
in the opening
Graham
leg.
Usher.
And I don't know about you, as he walked straight back down the oche now. That was a sign of intent from him straight away.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first.
Seems to be a little bit between his teeth here today from the gambler.
55.
Well, when I got here this morning, I had a quick chat with Graham, and one of the things he said to me, he says, could you talk me some luck in today? So that's why we're running through the stats, because Graham wants some luck going his way. Here's some more Graham Usher stats for you, see if it keeps it going. Graham Usher
60.
has the most consecutive legs won in Super Series history. 16 consecutive legs. That is enough to win 4
60.
games of darts in this format. Closest anyone's got to him, a run of 14 by Connor Scott, Fallon Sherrick, Mike Warburton and Robert Thornton. They've all put together a run of 14 legs, but 16 legs without reply. And he's on his way to doing that so
41.
far. He's got 1. He's just another 15 away.
He did that during that Mesmeric Champion of Champions campaign,
55.
which never even went on to win. Jim McKeown picking up the spoils in that one. Although, I will say one thing. Do you know, if Graham Usher wants some luck, do you know what he should do?
180.
Should hit 4 doubles before his opponent in a game.
123. Gian, you require 99.
Tops.
I don't know.
59.
Tops or
Graham,
the
you
treble there.
require
It's literally
68.
between the two. It's like he was caught in 2 minds completely.
64. Gian, you require 40.
And so this topped for 1-1, break a throw in Gian van Veen's favour, which I think you're just having a little bit of a look at the scoreboard. So we're going to head back into the commentary box, myself and Matthew Redger here at this crucial moment in the second leg. Van Veen comes back for 40 to level up at 1 apiece.
Game shot on the second leg. Gian van
1-1,
Veen.
break a throw, breakathlon in progress here. Van Veen levels us up at 1 apiece here.
Third leg, it's Gian to throw first. Game on.
Just looks
140.
unflappable, doesn't he, Gian van Veen?
41.
One of the things I had a look at earlier was that
134.
that reaction to darts. We spoke earlier on about reacting to good darts. Here's a very, very
42.
interesting stat for you. When Graham Usher's opponent hits a maximum against him, so when someone hits a 180, the next 3 darts from Graham Usher, his average is 104.63. Now, you're probably wondering what does that mean, you know, because I've just chucked 104.63. How does that relate? That makes him the 17th best player in the world.
121. Gian, you require 170.
To give you an idea, the best player in the world on that stat is Michael van Gerwen, 111.57.
100.
Luke Humphries, Peter Wright, Gary Anderson and Josh Rock also complete your top 5 lineup. So it's not a bad stat to be chasing those guys in on.
180. Gian, you require 70.
He decides to go 20 double 16.
54. Graham, you require
So
170.
117 for Usher for the 3rd consecutive break of this match. Topped, 1 dart at it.
97.
Drags just beneath, and so Van Veen
Gian
returns to what will be the
requires
first hold
60.
of the game, and to open up a 2-1 lead for the Dutchman to hit the fronts for
Game
the
shot on
first
the
time in
third
this
leg.
match.
Gian van Veen.
And when you're used to that winning feeling, moments like that go.
Fourth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
You mentioned how Graham Usher could get himself some luck in this, is just to hit 4 doubles before his opponent does.
180.
He's had darts in every leg so far. Could have had 3 legs on the board. Instead, he's only got the
60.
1 at the moment.
$80.
He's averaging 7 points higher than his opponent. Although that gap's going to be significantly reduced.
83. 100.
Again, you sort of feel Charlie, I wish he had a very conservative 180 call here, don't you? So 3 180s in the opening game, 5 180s
85.
in the
Graham,
second
you require
game, and we've
141.
already had 3 in this one. It is a 180 fest today.
In fairness, he did that big game between Dirk and Ryan the other day. So
117.
I think he knows how to save his voice for the big occasion.
What was that? 21 180s,
180.
So that's
Graham,
4 in
requires
this.
24. 12. Gian, you require 93.
Well, that's now 6 missed doubles for Usher, and he may be punished here on the 93. Goes bullseye route, which means he can now head back down to the middle region of the board.
68.
And that is just underneath the wire.
Graham, you require 12.
Graham decides for the second day running to take the carpet with him, but he's not going to take the double 6 with him.
6.
Nor the double 3.
Gian, you require
And it's
25.
beginning to become a bit of a problem now for the gambler, who stares 3-1 in the face with this double 8 for Van Veen.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Gian van Veen.
We've sort of seen, well, it's a 3-day group, isn't it? So we saw half
5th
of
leg,
Graham
it's Gian
Usher
to throw
yesterday,
first.
which
Game
was
on.
the finishing half, 40%. Today, that stat is at 10%, but we're starting to see a lot more in the power scoring phase. So we're seeing that half of Graham Usher. If you could just put the 2
100.
together, could be quite dangerous.
60.
So you're expecting Graham Usher to do a bit of a John Legend,
100.
and he needs to give a bit all of me, or
81. 60. 60.
and maybe those missed doubles in the previous leg has just affected the scoring phase of Graham Usher's match, because Van Veen now 140 leads himself on 101 after 12. He's on the cusp of a 4-1 victory here.
135. Gian, you
To wrap
require
it up.
101.
With an average of around 93. Double 16 for the match for Gian van Veen.
Game,
The seal
shots,
victory
and
in
the match.
style.
Gian
And it
van
is
Veen.
6 from 6 for Gian van Veen. He is on a dozen points at the earliest possible opportunity. And is he already on Tuesday making the march towards finals night at the Super Series in week 6? He gets the better of Usher by 4 legs to 1. That's the end of round 1 on day 2. When we return, we're going to see Gary Stone up against David Cameron.
Welcome back. It is a Super 6 for Gian van Veen here at the Super Series. He's won all of his matches so far after that convincing 4-1 win against Graham Usher, the man who is yet to win, missing 9 darts at double in that match. Won the first leg, but Van Veen ran riot from there. 4 out of 6 from him, and a 93 average for the young Dutchman. And that means that he returned to the top of the table. 12 points now for GVV, 2 clear of David Cameron, who also won his first game. The top 3 all winning their opening matches, in fact, with Josh Payne winning 4-3 in his first one as well. Cameron beat Arjan Konterman 4-3 in his opener, and he's in action next against Scotland's Gary Stone. The pair met yesterday, and Gary Stone produced some absolutely fabulous darts, including this particular leg where he went out in a dozen, and his last 9 darts were just a joy to behold. Back-to-back 180s. And then cleaned up a wonderful 101 finish to level the match at 2-2. But that would be as good as it got for for Gary Stone, rather, because David Cameron went on to win the match by 2 legs and carried on what was a fantastic start for him. He's only lost 1 match so far. That, of course, is against the unbeaten Gian van Veen. So he's looking in very good form, snapping at the heels of the Dutchman. Can he carry on his charge, his title tilt in Group A? We'll find out. It is the sword against the stone in the company of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
And I'm sure back in the days of ancient Greece that there was competitions where you had to pull swords out of stones, but I wonder what's going to give in this darting duel. There won't be any Greek-like heroics. It will just be typical tungsten that's going to win the day.
Yeah, and you sort of feel Gary Stone's in big trouble here in this group as well. We've just pretty much lost Graham Usher after 6 defeats. He's pretty much eliminated from the equation, but Gary Stone's only got 2 points. He's not in a much better position here. And David Cameron right at the top end of the table, but not just picking up the points, but he's doing it with a level of performance that is the best of anyone we're seeing within this group so far. Said yesterday at the end of the show that David Cameron,
First leg, it's Gary to throw first.
strikes me as the sort of player that is going to go and have one of those days like Gian did, where he won 5 from 5 yesterday. And I think realistically this group is becoming about 3 players at the moment. Those players being David Cameron, Gian van Veen, and Josh Payne, who I fully expect to put himself into that mix. Josh Payne's next game is against Gian, so that could really start to tighten things up if Josh Payne can inflict the first defeat on Gian in his next game.
134.
You can already see the splits in this group begin to develop. We're definitely going to be playing top half, bottom half tomorrow, that's for sure.
84. 100.
And it's kind of a case like yesterday for Gary Stone in that opening game against Payne, averaged 96, but the performance he put in didn't quite marry up to the result. He's actually got the highest average of the day so far, and that 87 came in a defeat. Well, 85 left, so treble 15 for tops was the route he was going. So 70 left, so went across for treble 10 to leave himself on tops. 60 after 12 upon his return, with Cameron back on 220.
100. Gary requires 60. Game shot on the first leg.
Well, it was the outer ring that let Gary Stone down yesterday. It's not letting him down today. He was 3 from 6 in his opening game. He's had 1 dart of tops in this one and took that one. So for the day, 7 darts thrown at doubles, 4 hits. So he's certainly put that stat right in regards to what was letting him down yesterday. And at the same time, he's managed to keep that 180 power scoring going. He hit 2 of those in his opening game. He's already got 1 in this one, so maybe Gary Stone's going to try and make a bit of a move today.
140.
You can just watch him play all day, David Cameron. And he could probably play like that all day.
That's a good job, because you're going to be seeing him play an awful lot in the near future. Obviously going to see him all week this week at the Super Series. He's going to hope you don't see him Thursday, Friday, though, because that'll mean he's qualified through. We're going to see him in the PDC World Championships taking on Richie Edhouse. We're also going to see him in the Seniors World Championship, for which we've just had a bit of an announcement on social media today regarding the Seniors World Championship, and that is Glenn Durrant has been added to the lineup.
60.
Indeed, my commentary colleague last week will be at the Circus Tavern at the beginning of February. Don't forget to get your tickets. It's dartshot.tv, the place to be to join us for the Jennings Bet World
76.
Seniors Darts Championship 2023. Back here at the Live Lounge, Cameron looking for this 76 and this double 8 to level us up at one apiece, and that's exactly what he does inside the regulation 15, averaging 98 on the nose. Cameron 95.31. Only one dart missed a double in this game so far. And if you actually have a look at the standard so far today, the lowest average
100.
we have seen was by Graham Usher. That was 88.85. That is how good the standard and the quality that we have seen on this Tuesday at the Super Series.
I always like to look at those winning averages as well, because sometimes you can get a few scoring averages put in there, but the lowest winning average so far today is 93. Was that a 16 dart leg?
100.
And that's the worst winning average of the day so far.
We'll have a bit more of that, lads.
60.
And if you think Group A is good, and it is good, later on this week, we have got a couple of cracking groups in Group B and Group C.
Gary, you require 161.
We'll talk about that in the next leg, because Stone finds himself on 161 after 9. Doesn't have to go for it. Will not intend on going for it. And so he'll lay it up quite nicely for tops after 12 for 2-1.
$81. Gary, you require 40. $35. David, you require 142.
The demons of yesterday creeping back in when he was down in the mid-20s for the finishing stats. We'll get another go. Cameron can't take out the 142.
60. Gary, you require 5.
Get 2 more darts at the double. It's going to be at double 2. Well, that's a long way off again. He was a long way off the 10s. He hit the 15.
No score.
He's pulled that
David,
one low.
You require 82.
David Cameron. It's a bit of a reprieve here. A shot he probably didn't expect.
Tops for an unlikely break. But it's a break in the ledger of David Cameron, who would not have expected that opportunity to arise.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
But it was that single 15 when Stone left himself on tops on the switch to the double 10 that has ultimately come to cost him in that leg. And so Cameron now leads 2-1. And when you're a player who is on the incline,
60.
who is winning games, winning tournaments for fun, they're the opportunities that tend to go. But his scoring prowess, Gary Stone, has been close to immaculate at times. That's his 3rd maximum of the match. He hit 2 in his opening game in the 4-3 defeat to Josh Payne.
100. He hit 9 180s yesterday. He's on 5 already today, and this is only his 2nd game, so it's likely that he is going
60.
to be going over the top of that. Now, we know one of the most popular sort of markets is the 180s. 2.5 is normally the higher or lower sort of base.
85.
Those of you that like going higher are really enjoying today. because it has been successful in the first 4 matches.
Wait till you have Gary Stone and Graham Usher. I
60.
think that is an absolute banker for 2.5 or more 180s. I reckon there'll be 4 or more 180s in that game. Whilst you're doing predicting,
140.
who's going to win this game? I'm going to help you out here because Cameron's put himself in a good position.
Yeah, you've got to go with David Cameron, really, until we
96.
see something from
David
Gary Stone on the
Uruguay,
outer ring that's a little
116.
bit more consistent, because that's the thing that's sort of letting him down at the moment.
76.
Let him
Gary
down yesterday,
Uruguay,
which is why he only got those 2
105.
points. You're going to be under that 1 in 3. You're not going to be getting many points in this group.
45.
So this tops
David
for
Uruguay,
3-1 to
40.
put him within 1 of the match.
Game shot on the 4th
Beautifully
leg.
done.
David Cameron.
Cameron is a leg away. 18 dart. Hold a throw, and he is within 1 of the victory posts against
5th
Gary
leg. It's
Stone.
Gary to throw first. Game on.
Who must be thinking, what more can I do in the minute?
60. $140.
2 players have really emerged from the pack, haven't they? Gian van Veen, David Cameron. Gary Stone just keeps hitting 180s. That's his 4th of this match. His 6th of the day so far. His 15th.
100.
of the week.
$57.
There's just a nonchalance about the way that Gary plays this game.
Wasn't there an expression
100.
many years ago given out that has lasted the test of time? And it's something to do with scoring, show, and
45. David
dive.
Uruguay, 161.
I have to ask Bobby about that. That 45 means that Cameron's now got 6 for the match because he's left himself on 159. Not that Cameron's making, well,
24.
he's not made any inroads. Let's be quite frank about it. 137 left after 12. And Cameron would be disappointed because he knows that Stone's not left himself on a finish and he should be
59.
coming back for
David
most
Uruguay,
likely a 2-darter here.
137. $97. Gary Uruguay, 100.
Tops.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
That was
Gary
top
Stone.
from Gary Stone.
Sometimes, when you just can't hit a double, the easiest thing to do is just hit
6th
2.
leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
The first time was so nice, he just had to do it twice.
Welcome to darts, the game we just
100.
cannot make sense of. All those missed doubles over the last 6.5 games, and then you can just hit 2 to win a leg.
100.
Guess that's why we love it, isn't it? The unpredictability.
58.
And it just keeps you wanting to come back for more and more and more.
140.
And Gary Stone keeps hitting more and more and more trebles. And maybe can force his way into a last leg shootout in this game. Has the darts against
100.
the throw. Although that ton by Cameron just keeps him an interested party in this leg.
121.
Brilliant. Last start, when you consider the context of the first, puts him on a finish on 140. Cameron tries to keep it handy. Needs a treble to even leave a finish. I don't know if that's
100.
in. It is in.
Gary, you require 140. 60. David, you require 143.
Double 16 to win the game in style, and he wasn't too far
Gary,
away.
you require 80.
Tried for tops. Tops again. He's missed the single number. He just needed to stay straight. If he'd have just thrown that straight, he'd have had a dart at tops. However, now there is nothing he can do in this visit to win this game. So he is
40.
going to have to stand back and watch David Cameron
16.
attempt match darts at double 8. Gary puts the darts away. He puts them in the top pocket.
Game,
And they can stay there.
And the match.
He expected David Cameron to wrap that up, and he did it with the last one in hand. And normally when you go last dart in hand, they hurt. Not only do you get the pain of the defeat, but you get the pain of the hope, the opportunity that was taken away from him there by David Cameron, who puts another 2 points on the board, 4-2 victory over Gary Stone. Graham Usher's going to be wanting to get some points on the board at last, but he has gone 6 from 6 in the defeats column. Can he get his first win of his campaign coming up in the next game against Arjan Konterman?
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yeah, all that, and it's free to view and indeed free to attend. And if you do want to be here on any of the Saturday nights, that's the finals nights, head to dartshop.tv and secure your free tickets. Based here in Portsmouth, come and join the party pre-Christmas, confirming the theory that the best things in life really are free. Now, before the break, we did see another decent display from David Cameron. He carries on his good form, a 4-2 success over Gary Stone. Both players averaging just shy of 89, but Cameron proving to be slightly more clinical on the doubles, and that is why he keeps winning matches, and he keeps climbing back to the top of the table, answering the victory from Gian van Veen earlier on to go level on points. Still has a better leg difference, but of course Van Veen has that game in hand. But it is against third place Josh Payne in a couple of games' time, so he's got a chance to get back on top, or can Payne be the party pooper and end that unbeaten record for Gian van Veen? But for Graham Usher, it is the opposite. He's yet to win a match, and he's playing Arjan Konterman next. This is how Arjan got the better of Graham yesterday, at a 4-1 success for the Dutchman. After that finish, big embrace for the pair. It's very uncharacteristic to see Graham Usher on such a losing streak. So will Usher's unexpected darting drought continue, or can he finally savour success by overcoming Arjan Konterman? Let's find out.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris. So, can Graham Usher get his first win of the group? The bookies, Matt, think that he's got a chance.
I think Graham Usher's always got a chance, and like I mentioned earlier, even when he was so close with Gian van Veen, despite the fact of the table, what Graham Usher has done over the last year or so, he's earned himself a little bit of respect with the bookies, respect with the punters, that he's got this ability in this range that he can just come and he can just blast away Arjan Konterman. He could win this 4-0. On the same aspect,
first
from what we've
gets
seen of him
Arjan
so
to throw
far,
first.
that is
Game on.
unlikely, which makes this a really intriguing game, because this game's got a lot of question marks over it. And question marks at the moment, I don't really have any indication into what their answers might be.
And of course, you are having a flutter on the MODUS Super Series today.
140.
Remember, 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Only gamble you can afford.
85.
Do you feel like this is the sort of game for Graham that
100.
he would fancy the job to get that first win? Iron's played some good stuff today, but almost in a similar vein to Gary Stone to a certain extent. He's playing performances, but they haven't married up with results.
To be honest, I've actually been really impressed with Arjan.
43.
I didn't expect what we've seen from him. I expected probably a lower level of performance, and actually, he's put in a better level of performance than what the numbers would suggest he would.
57.
And he's looked like he's comfortable in doing so. He's not looked stretched. He's not looked at the peak of his game. He's actually looked like he could possibly do a little bit more.
Arjan, you require 138.
Possible signs that there's some improvement coming in his game, and probably just the right time of year to be doing so as well. With
86. Graham, you require
European Q School
180.
lingering just over a month away now.
41. Arjan, you require 52.
So 52 for the opening leg for Arjan Konterman. Nice lie.
32.
But the double doesn't
Graham,
follow.
you require 77.
So Usher returns for 77. Double 10.
Game shot on the first
and
leg.
Usher takes the first
Graham
leg
Usher
on the board, leading Arjan Konterman by a leg to nil. And a bit like what he did in his previous game against Gian van Veen when he won his first leg. He walked straight back down the ock. He hasn't actually held his throw yet today, as Usher.
140.
Mentioned earlier, he's had the biggest winning run of legs
81.
in Super Series history, that being 16. We'll start that chain again. There's one.
96.
Did the chain of one earlier before it was broken.
44.
So can we look at the longest losing leg streak in history and say that Arjan Konterman's 1/19th of the way towards
60.
it?
99.
Now, in the next leg, we'll be bringing something back. But for now, we will have a look and see whether Graham Usher can open up a 2-0 lead, leaving a ton after 12. Contaman looking to respond with a max. 140 leads him on a finish, but it's still advantage Usher with the darts in this second leg. Couldn't find the treble, which would have
60.
left in double 10. Squares up for tops if Contaman cannot take out the 137, but he still can. So I had to go tops.
97. Graham, you require 40. No score. Arjan, you require 40.
Oh, that's a long way off. He's only going to get one dart.
8. Graham, you
There's a bit of a
require
mess there
40.
from Arjan.
30.
Speaking of mess.
Arjan, you require
Another
32.
6 missed darts at double here for Graham Usher. Mentioned when you look to those stats at the start of the day, 40%
No
on
score.
the outer ring yesterday.
Graham, you
If he could
require
find
10.
some scoring power, you'd have fancied him to do well. He's found the scoring power, but he's lost the outer ring. He was 1 from 10
8.
earlier on
Arjan, you
in his
require
game
32.
versus Gian van Veen, and he's a long way off the doubles here. I think that's the concerning thing for Graham.
16. Graham, you require 2.
Contagious.
And for the first
Game
time this
shot
week,
on the
we've had a little
second
bit of a
leg.
smelly one.
Graham Usher.
But Usher won't care. He opens up a 2-0 lead. And because we've entered leg 3, Matt, it is time to bring
Third
back
leg, it's Arjan to
the
throw
tungsten
first. Game on.
teaser. Oh, yes, it's your favourite time of the day. It's the part of the day we all look forward to at around about 11 o'clock in the morning.
60.
Bright and early. We'd always like to work your minds of our tungsten teaser. So today, Graham Usher, of course, got that
85.
9-dart leg against Dan Reed at the Champion of Champions in July. But what else did he do in that game that has not been done since
140.
at the Super Series? At MSS Darts, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram.
100.
What did Graham Usher do in that game against Dan Reed where he got the 9-darter at the Champion of Champions, which has not been done
135.
in any other game since in this format? We will give you up until Graham Usher plays Gary
140.
Stone in 2 games' time. That is your tungsten teaser. The conundrum now for Contaman is the fact that he is
60.
possibly staring 3-0 in the face.
83. Arjan, you require 106. 74. Graham, you
Another
require
missed double there
93.
from Arjan. 11 darts he's had so far.
Game shot on the third leg.
And this winning run
Graham
from
Usher.
Graham Usher continues. That's now 3 in a row. Just 13 legs away from
Fourth leg, it's Graham
joining
to
his
throw
own record of
first. Game on.
16 legs.
But most importantly at this juncture for Graham Usher is the fact that he could be within a leg of his first win of the group. 3-0 up against Arjan Konterman, and I think this is probably a situation he would like to be in. 3-0 up, so he has a bit of time to get over the finishing line. Remember, lost each of his first 6 games in this group. He's 12 points behind the 2 players at the top of the table.
60.
Qualifications out the window for Graham. Straight through from Group A.
140.
Possibilities of Group B, but he's going to have to put on a spurt over the next 2 days. But you just get the sense that this group is being split into 2 halves.
180.
In a day where we've been
81.
shouting
Arjan,
the
you require
180s in, that's the first one of
121.
this game. Goes to Arjan. Just kept his hopes alive in this match as well. Graham Usher
62.
on
Graham, you
94. This is a
require
shot for the
94.
match. It's only a race to 4 legs.
54.
Arjan has had
Arjan, you
11
require
darts at a
59.
double so far. He's hit none of them.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Gets it
Arjan Konterman.
on the dozen. And that ends the winning run of Graham Usher. He won't be getting to 16
Fifth
as
leg, it's
of yet.
Arjan to throw first. Game on.
Both players thrown 12 darts at the double so far in this game. Arjan 1 from
45.
12. Graham Usher, 3 from 12. And that's why, at the moment, the averages are just in those low 80s.
140.
Because it's certainly not because of the scoring phase. That's Graham Usher's 6th 140 of this match.
59.
As represented there in the scoring power pack. Power scoring. Maximum scoring. And Usher looks well on his way now towards victory after planting in his first max of the match.
100.
6 starts away from ending the drought.
140.
And making 7 his heaven by securing his first win.
140.
He's had to be patient.
41.
He's had to bide his time.
33.
But Usher is yet to cross the finishing line.
157.
Sort of feel this game's got a little bit of Graham Usher knows he's going down, but he's got the opportunity to take Arjan with
require 8. Game, shots,
and take out a first
Graham
victory
Usher.
it is. And it is 7th time lucky for the gambler, who gets the better of Arjan Konterman by 4 legs to 1. It's his first win of the group. It'll give him something and a platform to build on for sure. And so we're going to take a short break. Upon our return, Matthew Edgar's going to head up to the balcony and chat to Chris Murphy. And then we are going to see a game that really could swing the group wide open as Josh Payne takes on Gian van Veen.
Welcome back. Graham Usher is off the mark here at the MODUS Super Series. A victory for him and a handsome one as well, 4-1 against Arjan Konterman. And Matthew, it's not going to change Graham Usher's direction in this group, really, is it? He's left it quite late with 6 straight defeats, but just for him, it must be an important feeling to have won.
You could see that. I literally passed him on the way pass going as I was coming upstairs and he was coming out, he was like, yes. And you could see that sort of relief on him as well when he got those points, because he hasn't been playing bad darts. He's just not been winning. He's not been getting over the line. He's been missing opportunities. He was missing opportunities in that game as well. He could have sealed that a lot sooner. And certainly when we saw those stats as well, the average could have been a lot higher. But the most important thing for him now is he's got points on the board, and we can see where this is going to go for him from here.
Yeah, just a reflection on the rest of the day. I mean, we just briefly saw the table there. It's looking like it might be becoming a real two-horse race for the title.
I think this is going to be a 3. I think Josh Payne's not out of this yet, and certainly if he wins this next game, this one's a big one. If he can get this next one won, this is going to become a 3-horse race. If not, then yeah, I think it's likely to start going down that 2-horse race road. But Josh is not out of this at this point.
Yeah, it's David Cameron who's been showing some excellent stuff, as I have to say, Mr. Edgar predicted. Eye roll. Yeah, but we'll talk about the next game because it is Van Veen against Josh Payne. When the pair met yesterday, it went the way of the Dutchman, as did every match, and as has every match so far, a 4-2 success for him. Nice 100 check out there, and then a double top to win the game. Do you expect Josh Payne to win this match and end that brilliant winning run?
I think if anyone's going to, at the moment, you look at Josh Payne as being that guy who's going to do that. When we look at where these two have been and where they're going, Josh has achieved things at the moment that Gian has not yet done. I think Gian's got the capability to go and do that, but he's not showing that here, despite the fact he's winning. It's a strange one, really. I think Josh is really going to put him to the test. I think that's the best way to put in this.
Yeah, not a bad habit, is it, winning when you're not playing at your best? Well, let's see if Josh Payne can be the first player to harm that victory charge for Gian van Veen in Group A. We'll find out in the company of this man and Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. And this game against Van Veen is a crucial one for Josh Payne. Victory puts him on to 10 points and within 2 of the top 2 who head the front of the Group A table. Defeat to the talented young Dutchman would see him 6 points behind Van Veen, who would go top of the table, having won each of his opening 7 matches in this group. It's at this point of moving day where the games become crucial, where we'll see the pretenders and the contenders come to the fore. Who will be at the top end? Who will be fading out? This match may determine who is placed where.
First leg, it's Josh to throw first.
Charlie Corsafine is our referee. And you cannot understate here, Matthew Edgar, who's headed back down to the commentary box, the importance of this game for Josh Payne. It almost has a feel, even at this stage, at this juncture, at this moment, as if he has to win. Otherwise, his chances could begin to dissipate very, very quickly.
I was walking down here and
41.
As I normally do, I was giving myself a pat on the back, because the very last thing I said there to Chris Murphy was
57.
Josh Payne's going to put him to the test. I think that's the best thing about this game here, that Josh will want to stay in the running.
44.
Gian's not really been put under the pump yet. Josh is the most likely player, I think, to be able to do that. Especially having the advantage of throwing this game as well. I think that's going to
60.
Play its head somewhere along the line.
As you saw in yesterday's
59.
battle between the pair, it was Gian van Veen who got the better of Josh by 4 legs to 2, despite having an average that was 3 points lower, but it was 4 for 9 on the doubles of Van Veen, which won the day in the end compared to Payne's 2 for 12. But it's Van Veen who has wrestled the darts away from Josh's grasp in the opener, leaving himself on 164 after 12.
100.
Payne only on 160.
164. $132. Josh required 160.
Another one of them would have left tops, and
100.
the Payne throw is under severe threat right from the get-go. Gian van Veen double 16 after 16.
$24. Joshua requires 60.
Well, that's an opportunity come and gone. You've got to take those when you play a player like Josh Payne because he won't give you too many of them.
40. Gian, you require 8.
And so the door of opportunity opens up again for Gian van Veen. Fourth dart missed at double in this leg, and now he's chasing up to the madhouse.
6.
And
Joshua
Payne
required 20.
returns for double 10, having been outscored for large portions of this opening leg.
This is the darts you get to see when both players are aware there is a lot riding on this game.
10. Gian, you required 2.
This is what happens when the arms are nervy. The shakes and the quivers begin to set in. The significance is palpable. The tension is palpable. But Van Veen finds the first double of the match for a break of Josh Payne's throw and leading 1-0.
Second leg, it's Gian to throw first. Game on.
It wasn't a spectacular leg. It was 1 in 23 against the darts. But it may well be a significant one. That may be a huge visit. That could severely swing the game in his favour.
When the two players met yesterday, there wasn't a single 180 in the game. They've both just hit their first maximums against each other, one after the other. And we mentioned when Graham Usher was playing earlier, one of the big qualities that he has shown is that ability to play well after a max is hit against him. That reactive darts, it's very, very important to keep yourself in games, especially when you look at Gian opening the throw with the 180. And then when Josh comes back with the 180, all of a sudden Gian misses 3 darts at the treble. Make that 6. That's what that reactive play does. It dismisses those good darts and it makes you feel like you need more.
And what Josh has done in the visit in the middle of that was piling a 2 big treble visit, but that 57 there leaves them 1-3-2. So Gian looking to square it up and leave it handy.
105.
Heads for the bullseye.
Joshua required
25 leaves himself on 96. So 1-3-2 for Josh Payne is not going to go. So Van Veen will get the chance on 96 to open up a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all.
76. Gian, you require 96.
Double 18 for double top.
56. Joshua required 56.
Tops for Josh to level it up, to re-break the throw.
36.
And he will not
Gian,
be happy with those darts.
40.
A bit of a distance there between the double and Josh's final destination of his darts.
Game shot on the second leg. Gian van Veen
doubles the lead. Josh Payne has had 7 darts at a double so far in this match and hasn't been able to convert any.
Third leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
Got the danger of frustration potentially setting in here for Josh. We know that this game is a big one in terms of his opportunity of qualifying through this group directly. If he loses
41.
That gap might just be a bit too big between himself, Gian, and then obviously David Cameron, who just keeps winning as well.
Without trying to oversell and underdeliver, but it is the biggest leg of Josh Payne's week so far. Broken here, he goes 3-0 down, and again, if he loses, he'll go 6 points behind the pace.
40.
Yeah, he's got to start getting legs on the board and fast. The concerning thing though for Josh right now is that outer ring, because he's had 7 darts not been able to convert.
140.
It's not like all 7 darts have actually been close. That dart at the tops was very low. This is Josh's favourite double. when your favourite double is not working for you, it sets in a little bit of panic.
80. Joshua
you need
require
that ace up the sleeve.
136.
You need that secret weapon of being able to rely on something.
96.
He's got time this time when he comes back to tops. He's going to want to see this go in. He's going to want to see it first. If not, second dart with the first dart
Joshua
just sat on
40.
the top wire, slightly lifted. You could see from his facial, his reaction of that first dart, he wasn't happy. Mops it up on the
Payne.
10s. Again, you can see from the reaction what he's thinking. But the most important thing,
Fourth leg, it's
he's
Gian to
got
throw
the leg
first.
on the
Game
board.
on.
He's still in the game. He's halved the lead of Gian. And he's only just a break a throw away from being the favourite once again in this game.
80.
It's not like Gian is putting up too much resistance. If Josh can just find his sort of par game, he's going to reel this one back in.
135.
It's not been a spectacular match, but what Josh Payne has done is he tends to time
60.
his big visits well. Crucial points in legs, 140s or 135s or something along them lines.
That's what someone who's won titles does.
96.
There will be points where you get outplayed when you're winning titles, when you're playing in tournaments. But if you can just put the 3 darts together at the right time. That was brave from Josh, committing to the 180. Sign of confidence there as well from Josh, because the right play would have been to switch to the 18s. He could still have had a big
80.
visit. He could have
Joshua require
guaranteed with a single that he's left to
128.
finish. Confident, brave darts, and he's got the reward.
Double 4.
124.
Gian was nodding along in the background as well, wasn't he there? 5 trebles in a row from Josh Payne to give himself that dart. He will come back. He's got 3 more darts, this time at the double 2.
140.
His average is
Joshua
climbing
4.
rapidly towards that 90 mark.
Game
And he
shot
is
on the
now
4th leg. Josh Payne.
Re-become the favourite to win this game. It's now just basically a best of 3. Josh Payne to throw first.
5th leg, it's
And
Josh to throw first.
Josh
Game on.
is completely outscoring Gian.
And how many times do we say the phrase, turn the screw in this commentary box?
99.
And Josh Payne looks as if he's doing exactly that here. Back level at 2 apiece. He's dragged his average up from the depths of the
83.
mid-70s up to 87.5. Gian van Veen, who is struggling at the minute to keep pace with Payne, could well be on the wrong end of his first defeat of the
140.
week if current patterns of play continue.
140. 128.
Good thinking, good switching, good darting. Good execution there from Josh Payne. And Gian's
23. Joshua
action's just
require
breaking down with a little bit
134.
of lift here in the fingers, and he keeps putting his hand underneath his arm as if he's trying to warm that area up.
114.
Josh Payne is certainly warmed up on the trebles. He is power scoring his way. He's giving himself more opportunities on the outer ring.
40.
He's got
Joshua
6 darts
required
here
20.
to take the lead for the first time in this match. Sets it up. Doesn't chase the 5s. That's the beauty of completely outscoring your opponent. It just gives you that little bit of luxury of time at the back end of the leg.
140. Joshua require 8. Game shot on the 5th leg. Josh Payne.
Gives himself a fist bump, a well-earned fist bump. again, the concerning
Sixth
thing
leg,
for
it's Gian
Josh,
to throw
it
first.
took him
Game
18
on.
darts on the outer ring to get this 3 legs on the board. But yet he's still averaging 87, which just shows how
57.
good his scoring phase of this game is.
$81.
Gian won all 5 games yesterday. He won his opening game today with Graham Usher.
82.
Is he staring down the barrel of his first defeat of Group A? David Cameron will certainly be hoping that is the case.
180.
Josh Payne hits his 3rd maximum of this match, the 4th in total. And Gian again drops that opening dart low.
85.
There's that grip that we've just spoke about. As if he's got cold fingers.
He could well be getting cold feet in just a second because
140.
Josh Payne is running through this game at a rate of knots, leaving a ton after 9, and he is on the cusp of a 4-2 win, which would blow this Group A wide open. Unless Gian van Veen has other ideas.
180. Joshua required 100.
5th 180 of the game. 3 to Payne, 2 to Van
60.
Veen.
Gian
Josh
required
Payne busts that
97.
100 shot earlier. He stayed well away from it, right up the top end of the bed. Leaves himself tops. Will come back at tops. This is for the
49.
match and to inflict the first defeat on
Joshua
Gian.
required 40. Game, shots, and the match.
And
Josh Payne.
On his favourite tops, finally gets over the line against Gian in this one. But Josh Payne, you talk about turning the screw. He started turning that one, sort of the midway range of that game. Really good performance there from Josh Payne. Really started powering in the scores. Plenty of maxes, plenty of good stuff there. And the most important thing is Gian van Veen has now tasted defeat. We'll see how that one opens up the group before we see Gary Stone take on Graham Usher in our next game.
Welcome back. And so the Dutchman is defeated finally as Gian van Veen goes down to Josh Payne. And that is a result that certainly throws a spanner in the works in the Group A table. We'll look at that in a moment, but first a quick reflection on that match. And despite 15 darts missed at double, Josh Payne still averaged north of 91 and got the win by a margin of 2 legs against the disappointing Dutchman. It has to be said, an average of just 80.35 there, and a deserved victory for Josh Payne, which means that David Cameron is a big beneficiary. Level on points with Van Veen at the top of the table, having lost to him yesterday. Still has him to play today, of course, and has a much healthier leg difference. But it is, as Matthew Edgar said it would be, a 3-horse race now. The group split in 2. The top 3 pursuing top spot on that place at finals night. And the bottom 3, it's already looking like they might end up in Group C in Arjan Konterman, Graham Usher and Gary Stone. And the last 2 are going to play each other in the next match. When the pair met yesterday, it was Stone who won it. In fact, it's his only victory so far, 109 checkout to pip Graham Usher at the post, taking the points in that one. Graham Usher has now ended that run. He lost all 5 matches yesterday, that for the first time in his Super Series career. Went on to lose his first today, matching his worst ever losing streak. But he put that right with victory over Arjan Konterman in his last match out. So which of this pair will double their tally in the group? That's the question. And there's also another question to answer, isn't there? Because you may remember a couple of games ago, Henry Deacon posed his Tuesday tungsten teaser. Over to you, Henry.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. We asked the question when Graham Usher got a 9-dart leg against Dan Reed at the Champion of Champions in July. He also did something else in that game that no other player has ever done in the history of the competition, either before or since. The answer was to win every single game with a ton-plus checkout. That was how good the gambler was in that match. How good is he going to be here? He's off the back of his first victory against Arjan Konterman last time out with an 87 average. He takes on Gary Stone,
first. Game on.
who is yet to get off the mark today. Lost with an 86 average against Josh Payne 4-3. The other end of a 4-2 defeat against David Cameron with an 88.86. I feel like a broken record, Matt, when I say Gary Stone's playing well, but is not getting results.
57.
And it's his own doing, you know, when you look at the runs that we've spoke about ending, Graham Usher's losing run ending, Gian van Veen's winning run ending.
60.
Gary Stone's going to hope one run ends for himself, and that's his run of missing doubles, because he's certainly getting down to them. The amount of 180s that he's put in so far.
121.
Incredible. But yet, when it comes to the outer ring, he's letting himself down on that.
180.
Graham Usher only hit 180 yesterday in the whole day. It's his 4th of the day so far, so more likely for him.
121. Graham, you require 121.
Gary says to me, he says, I could do with a bit of luck.
96.
And he held his hand out. He wanted a fist bump. I don't know whether he's calling me lucky and he just wants a bit of luck to rub off. But
96.
he certainly feels that he's
Graham,
in that position. Graham Usher
25.
said the exact same to me yesterday. He needs a bit of luck.
21.
They're
Gary,
getting
you
the
require
opportunities.
106.
They're just not taking them.
$42. Graham, you require 4. No score. Gary, you requires 64.
And this has been the problem all day for Graham Usher. The missed doubles, 0 from 6. And he could be punished here if Gary Stone can take this top, so it drags just underneath the doubles bed.
Graham, you require
And so
4.
2-2 for the gambler to take the opening leg to lead 1-0 up for the Madhouse.
Game
And
shot
into
on
the
first
Madhouse.
leg. Graham Usher.
He waves the hand of apology. Both players know they're capable
leg,
of
it's Gary
much
to
more
throw
than what they
first.
produced in the
Game
first
on.
leg. Well, Usher in the scoring phase, absolutely superb. It was the doubles that kind of plagued him. 1 from 9 in that leg.
140.
if it, it's like this week with Graham. Yesterday,
100.
the doubling you could not fault. Today, the scoring you could not fault. If he could piece the jigsaw together, he would be absolutely unplayable.
60.
But like any good challenge and puzzle, it's so hard to find the answer.
58.
Actually got an interesting story in Super Series history with these two.
60.
So I played Gary Stone in the semi-finals of one of the weeks. And I've come in after playing Gary Stone, and I was due to play Graham Usher in the final.
96.
And I've walked back into the practice room, and Graham Usher was laid on the floor in the practice room. Now, first of all, you think, is everything okay?
42.
Then you think, am I just going to get a walkover here and I'm going to be given the title? And then he opened his eyes and he's like, oh, I'm just cracking my back. He laid on the floor to do it, and he showed me this technique that his partner showed him in order to
59.
release his back going into that. And it's quite relevant when you look at Graham when he's on the stage. He's always seeming to be
81.
fiddling or
Gary, you
stretching
require
his back or
140.
moving his neck around, like there. And it just makes me wonder if he's feeling a little bit tight.
100. Graham, you require 107.
92 left, so treble 20 for double 16 would have been the MO.
40. Gary, you require 40.
Usher scoring 40, Stone wanting 40.
Game shot
for
on the
1-1.
second leg. Gary Stone.
And I just wonder here, Matt, whether
Third leg, it's Graham
both
to throw
players
first.
feel as if
Game on.
they know their fate already, that it's going to be more likely than not a campaign in Group C on Thursday and Friday.
I think that'd be quite an interesting group as well. There'll only be 2 players go through that group. If Gary Stone and Graham Usher drop into that group, you'd have to say they'd probably be the favourites in there. However,
140.
Danny Laube in that group.
Diogo Portella's also there. We're going to see the debutant Adam Lipscomb, who we haven't seen on our screens yet, but has really, really impressed in the local scenes and is a very exciting talent.
140.
Bit like Richie Parkin last week, has played well locally and getting the opportunity on the big stage at the Super Series.
140. Graham, you require 100.
Usher wants a ton for 2-1.
60.
You'd normally say Graham Usher coming back with 3 darts in hand, you expect him to hit this, but
game shot on the third leg.
You're
Graham
just unsure, aren't you, with Graham Usher? And there was no uncertainty there, though, for him, straight in the middle of the bed. And he doubles.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first.
His leg
game
tally.
On.
Puts himself 2 away from the win. I think it'd be the most Graham Usher thing now to win this one and go on a little mini run after going on a run of losing 6 in a row.
81.
And going back to that game against Dan Reed at the Champion of Champions back in July, before he went on that mesmeric run, he lost the first 2 legs and was averaging in the 70s. Before he then hit a 9, then he got 1-6-1. And if I can remember rightly, he finished in a 1-2-7 in game. For the game.
140.
So what you're basically saying is at any moment, Graham Usher could explode
100.
with world-class darts.
Absolutely. He is a blue touch paper lighter.
171. 81. Gary, you require 32.
For a level game.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
This is much better from Gary Stone on the outer ring. We said this has been his problem, not just today, but yesterday as well.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw
It's
first.
2 from 3.
Game on.
It's as if he's just gone in the back room and played a couple of
38.
doubling games, got a bit of board mastery going, shooting around the outer ring.
83. 134.
Or he might have just found that bit of luck he was asking for. And
140.
like I said, he wanted a fist bump on the way past, insinuating I was quite a lucky guy.
100.
You are a lucky guy. You sat next to me.
Well, I'm hoping that word doesn't go round if I am the lucky charm, or they'll all be piling in here soon to
58.
have a fist bump or some form of interaction.
Not with me, they won't.
50.
Not insinuating anything.
140.
Good time there for ton 40 there for Stone against the darts. As wrestled away from Usher's grasp.
97. Gary, you require 80.
Another.
60. Graham, you require 82.
I say that shot is the unnecessarily aggressive way. When you've got 2 darts in your hand, it's fine. When
Game
you've got
shot on the
3,
fifth leg.
it's overly
Graham
aggressive.
Usher.
Graham Usher makes him pay the price. Nice at 82 finish there from Graham Usher. After all
Sixth
those
leg, it's
missed
Gary to
darts,
throw first.
to get
Game
his
on.
first leg on the board, he's took these last 2 with just the 1 dart in hand.
60. 65. 100.
You look at the way that Graham's darts enter the board
60.
here, Matt, and this camera angle is absolutely perfect for it. He's a very good stacker. When the first one just lies underneath that
59.
treble 20 bed, it's a real nice lie for him.
I was going
180.
to say on the shot before, the thing that stood out for me was the inconsistency of the landing of the angle of the dart. 1 dart was down, 1 was flat, 1
99.
was stood up. Again, a bit of a sign that there's just something not quite right with that release, a sign of tension.
93.
But despite the angles of entry, he is on the cusp of a second straight victory, which is really kick-starting his campaign for Group A.
63.
Tops would have been for
Gary,
Ton Topper to finish.
45. 25.
But the double 10 doesn't go,
Graham, you
and it
require
presents Graham
40.
Usher with another opportunity to see this game out. Double 10.
20. Gary, you require
Again,
20.
he just can't seem to get over the line. It took him a while in the last one.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Gary
He'll have
Stone.
to do it in a deciding leg. Gary Stone, for the 2nd time today, goes all the way.
7th
He
and
went all the
final
way
leg.
with
It's
Josh
Graham to
Payne.
throw
He
first.
did go down
Game
4
on.
legs to 3. He lost the deciding leg. That made him a perfect 50-50 split in this situation.
135.
40 times he has gone the distance. 20 times he has won, 20 times he has lost. So
60.
even Gary Stone doesn't know what Gary Stone's about to do in this situation. Graham Usher
100.
has a negative column when it goes all the way. 18 wins, 24 defeats when he's gone 3-3.
60.
And the way this leg has started, that might be about to be a little bit more positive.
95.
Gary Stone yet to hit a major treble in this leg. He's so fitting a Gary Stone to have filled that up. Not hit a 180 in this
100.
game yet. He had 4 in his last game with David Cameron, 2 against Josh Payne. Both of those was in defeat.
And he may be on the verge of defeat again for the third time today. He actually hasn't won since he won his opening game of the group against Arjan Konterman. That was the opening game of Monday morning.
40.
Usher looking to inflict more pain on Stone. Double 5. No. Decides to bust. Now he is counting on Gary Stone not to take this 147 out. The gambler has played his cards. He has made his choice. He has made his gamble.
And the match.
And it has come to cost Graham Usher. Gary Stone wins 4-3. Usher elected to bust and not go for the double. And so Gary Stone takes the opportunity to win 4-3.
Welcome back. Wow, what have we just witnessed there? An incredible end to that battle at the bottom of the table. Graham Usher deciding to bust instead of going for double 5, and then Gary Stone taking out that 147 that he had left. The gambler rolled the dice, didn't he? And it did not pay off. A 92.68 average in the end for Stone, the Scotsman who won the match, and it means that he goes back above Graham Usher in the table, or keeps himself above Graham Usher in the table, but goes further in front on points. Both players had won one match each from their first 7, but Stone makes it a couple of wins now, both of them against Usher. You may have just noticed that at the top of the table there, 12 points for 2 players and then 10 for 1. Well, Josh Payne is the man on 10, and he is in action against one of the players on 12 now, David Cameron, who did beat Payne yesterday, started the match with a 106 checkout, and that was a statement of intent really from the seniors world master. Went on to win the game 4-1 with the aid of this 84 finish and put himself in a brilliant position, a position he's continued to hold, and he is the man at the top alongside Gian van Veen, who was beaten by Josh Payne in his previous match. Now, both of these players have won both of their matches today, so this is really a crucial contest at the top of the table. If Cameron wins, he pulls clear. But if Josh Payne wins it, then the top three will be tied on 12 points. So, can Cameron crash Payne's perfect start once again, or will Payne get payback? Game on.
Thank you, Chris. And me and Matt had to turn the lights out in here and have a lay down in a darkened room together on the back of what we've just seen there, because what on earth have we just witnessed in the last few minutes?
Well, it just sounds like all your dreams came true from that comment.
Graham Usher refusing to go for the double 5 for the match when his opponent's on a finish. Now, put us in the mind of a player here. Has he looked at the scoreboard, or has he said or thought in his head the stone isn't taking this?
Yeah, we do it quite a bit as players. We roll the dice. It's a statement. If you're good enough is the statement. That's what you're saying in your head. You're saying, if you're good enough, take that out. And in that situation, Gary Stone was good enough.
First leg, it's David to throw
it's
first.
Cost Graham Usher the
Game
game.
on.
He's been punished. He refused to dart at the 5s. The one thing that does say to me, though, is it further confirms my theory that Graham Usher is struggling with tightness, because he was refusing to dart at the double 5 going up towards the top end of the board, had no confidence to do so, and wanted to return back for a shot that had a better breakdown.
83.
Now, let's talk about this pivotal game then, which occupies our 8th match of the day, the middle match of moving day, and it could be the game that sees Josh Payne make his ultimate move. He knew that the
57.
second and third game of his day was going to be the ones that was going to dictate his destiny and see where he was going to end up come the end of the day, and possibly come the end of this group, as he looks to fire in and harbour his first maximum of the match in the opening leg of the match. Now, Josh Payne, if he lost that game to Van Veen, would have been 6 points behind the pack at the top. If he wins this particular match, he will put himself onto 12 points.
36.
And depending on the margin of victory in this game, he would actually go top of this Group A. Incredible when you consider the authoritative state Van Veen found himself in at the start of the day. And Payne finds himself on 98 here after 9.
$140. Joshua required
that made
98.
this a 3-horse race. Well, that top space, it was going to be Josh. Just got that range of ability that
58.
the rest of the group does not have, or hasn't shown until this point. The range of ability.
134.
Two
Joshua
PDC
required
Pro
40.
Tour titles.
$20. David, you
Does it
required
go? And so
38.
David Cameron goes for the Paul Hardcastle double. Double 8 for the opening leg.
30. Joshua required 20.
Sort of frustration on Josh. He probably wasn't expecting a revisit here to get the break. Tells himself to come on.
No score.
Goes wide.
David, you require 8.
He did this in his last game with the Gian. Started slow. The
Game
outer
shot
ring
on the
wasn't
first
working
leg.
for him.
David
15
Cameron.
missed darts. But then in the middle part of the game, just touched the afterburners.
Second leg, it's Josh to
Is it
throw
gonna follow the
first.
similar
Game on.
pattern in this one?
$140.
It was interesting in that last leg, David Cameron leaving himself double 19. It's not a traditional double
100.
that players tend to leave. And actually, do you know which double is the least used one on the board?
96.
It's double 17.
It is double 17, you are correct. And when we look at double 17 and the players that are playing this week in the Super Series, in Group A,
58.
4 of the players have never thrown a single dart at double 17 in this format. The only players that have thrown darts at double 17 are Josh Payne, who's thrown 1 dart at it and
140.
hit it, and Graham Usher, who has thrown 5 times at double 17 and hit it 3. So 60% and 100% on double 17. Maybe we should start leaving double 17 a bit more.
Josh should require 125.
And the other outlier as well is double 50. You don't see much of that action here at the Super Series. I actually had a text from Chris Murphy.
85.
He said he hit double 17 in his victory in the Southampton event last week, I suppose. To be honest, he's got to find one double that he can
130.
he can cling on to.
Josh should require 40.
Mind you, he said he hit double 17. He was actually going for tops.
Josh Payne.
I was going to say, was he going for tops first and hit big 6? Double 17.
Third leg, it's David to throw first.
Josh Payne wraps it up first dart. And he did this before, didn't he? Miss handfuls of darts and go out in the first one. And he sort of held his hand out there to say,
83.
Where have you been? Doesn't matter where they've been as long as they're here now, Josh.
We've had a response to that. Don't be silly.
100.
A few of the staff playing that. No, Owen Binks has had a good throw or two. Charlie's had a go at the event. Although the best result has actually come from one of our scalpers here, Taylor, who got to
58.
a quarter-final in the plate.
$100.
Hitting a bit of a lull, you sense here. Both players know the significance of this game in terms of the group. Cameron can open up a 4-point gap on Payne and go top of the table outright by 2 points. Van Veen comes up next against Arjan Konterman.
100.
This was the game yesterday where it all started really going a little bit wrong for Josh Payne, wasn't it? He started his campaign off perfectly, back-to-back 4-0 victories. And then David Cameron gave him a 4-1 defeat, and that sort of set Josh off on a world of negativity,
54.
really, didn't it? He
Josh should
struggled to
require
recover.
160.
Certainly has recovered today. 4-3 victory over Gary Stone with a 95 average. Beat Gian van Veen with a 91 despite 15 missed darts at doubles.
84. David requires 67.
In the mid-91 in this game as well.
2-8, so 2-1. Long for double 4.
63.
Pulled inside.
Josh
Payne returns to
76
76 for the breaker throw and a 2-1 leader. Put him halfway towards the victory post. Tops.
36.
Didn't
David
scare him.
require 4. Game shot on the third leg.
I think he probably
David
scared
Cameron.
it when he growled at it, though. He's a big lad, Josh, likes to keep himself fit and healthy, goes to the gym. I remember actually
Fourth
very
leg, it's Josh to
recently,
throw first. Game on.
I've gone into a venue and I'm looking around at which table to sit at, and Josh is at a table. I'm like, okay, I'll go sit on that table. Josh is a funny guy.
100.
We have a laugh, and we've gone over, and I've probably gone in with the banter a little bit too early. I haven't even sat down at the table yet, and I've already cracked a couple of jokes. And he puts his hand out to say, you know, nice to see you. And
100.
as I go to shake his hand, instead of shaking my hand, what he does is he pulls me towards him, and I end up Supermaning across the table.
140.
Fair to say he's got quite the sense of humour, is Josh.
137.
As I'm sort of laid across the table, backpack on, drinks scattered across the table.
180.
Don't worry, he did similar to me yesterday, leaving the venue.
Superman due across.
He slung me halfway across the city.
60. Joshua require
Well,
81.
He's looking to sling his way back into the match, courtesy of this 81. He's got time because Cameron's on 204, so went across for treble 10 to leave himself on
49.
double 16, which by hook and by crook he leaves after 12. But this is going to be under pressure, is it?
98.
Put some
Joshua
on.
required 32.
So for 13 dart leg and to bring it back to 2 apiece, double 16, and now up and along for double 8. 1 dart left.
16. David, you require 106.
Cameron's already had a 106 this week.
That was against Josh Payne in this fixture just yesterday. Can he double up on the 106?
90. Joshua requires 16.
Opportunity for Josh. He's carving out opportunities. But just like in his last game, not taking them.
8. David, you require
Another
16.
6 darts missed. 14 darts at the double in this match for Josh Payne already. And this is leg 4.
Game shot on the 4th leg. David Cameron.
And that is an unexpected breaker throw there for David Cameron. It looked like we was just
5th leg,
waiting
it's
for
David
Josh
to throw
Payne to get the
first.
breaker
Game
throw.
on.
It looked a game all about Josh. I suppose it is all about Josh, really, isn't it? When you look at the missed doubles, the opportunities he's had, 14
85.
darts, and only converting the 1. That is a return rate of 7%. He could have had this game wrapped up 4-0 and been in the mix for qualifying out this
46.
group. Instead, David Cameron putting himself into the driver's seat.
But doesn't this game tell you 2 things? As Cameron piles in his first match of the match.
180.
The Manchester scores for show, doubles for dough, but also these 2 players' strengths. Because Payne has the scoring
140.
prowess to match anyone and everyone in the world of darts. But Cameron's proficiency on the doubles is what ultimately has put him on the brink of a 4-1 win that would put
41.
him 4 points above his opponents and 2 points clear, temporarily at least, at the top of the Group A table.
I think the real big story
96.
out of all the stories that this one tells you is do not give David Cameron an opportunity. If you give him an opportunity, he will punish.
130.
And just look at how he's ran to the line. 180, okay, the 41 the visit after, but then a 130 to follow up. Leads himself on 65 after 12.
59. David, you require
And there is
65.
nothing Josh Payne can do about it. He just has to stand there and hope that this double 6 doesn't go.
59. Joshua
And he comes
require
back.
160.
But he's going to have to do something inspired. And he's not going to do that.
45. David, you require 6.
Match starts.
Game shot.
He had
and
3
match.
match starts at the
David
3, but he only needs the
Cameron.
1. And David Cameron, it looked and it felt like a game that was all about Josh Payne. But David Cameron, you give him an opportunity and he takes it. And one thing he has done now is take that top spot on the table, a 4-1 victory. The leg column looked healthy already for David Cameron, but he has just extended that one and he has put down a marker to Gian van Veen. What can he do in his next game when he's going to be taking on Arjan Konterman?
Well, it is Arjan Konterman here at the MODUS Super Series. The Canadian producing a fine display once again to get the better of Josh Payne. A 4-1 success for the Seniors World Master. Both players averaging similarly, but Josh Payne missing an awful lot of doubles in that one. Look at that, just 7% for Payne. And that is a big indication as to why that result went the way it did. And it means that the league table looks like this. David Cameron now pulls clear. Maybe it is just going to be a two-horse race after all. Gian van Veen in action next can go level on 14 points and leave Josh Payne stranded in kind of a no-man's land in the middle of the table, with the other three players looking out of that race and have been for some time. Remember, just one place up for grabs at finals night from this group. Well, it is a match now between Van Veen. As I mentioned, he takes on his fellow Netherlands player Arjan Konterman, and he did get the win in a last leg decider yesterday, 4-3, sneaking that double 16 right in the corner. Did have his first defeat of the day though earlier today, beaten by Josh Payne. As for Arjan Konterman, well, I say that they're out of the race. It might be his last chance to keep himself in contention, to maybe catch Payne and put in a bid for a Group B position. But in their previous matches, a pair of them doubling for them was just as troubling as it was for Josh Payne in the one we just witnessed. The pair of them missing 20 darts between them at doubles in the last couple of matches, a combined success of just 13%. It was kind of like the double just never lands. I'm not even sorry. Back to Henry and Matt.
Yeah, we look at that table, and you've got to say this is becoming an important time, because David Cameron is making a move. David Cameron only lost one game, which was his opening game against Gian van Veen. But the way in which David Cameron is producing these results compared to Gian, I think that's the concern here, because I think Gian has, although he's been on top of the table, although he's had that good run of results where he's won 6 from 6, he has at times looked very vulnerable.
First leg, it's Gian to throw
this
first.
This is the test
Game
you
on.
think of Gian van Veen's character. And if anyone in this field's going to know him as well as anyone else, it's going to be Arjan Konterman,
83.
who you've been impressive over the last couple of days.
Yeah, he's certainly performed
93.
beyond the levels I expected from him. I think, if anything, he's been a little bit unfortunate not to have got a couple more points on the board as well
60.
within his tally, and it'd be no surprise to me to see an upset here of the odds.
39. 180.
We asked the questions, Gian van Veen, and he comes up with an early answer.
58.
It just feels a bit forced for me for Gian. You could see there like the push of the dart, the
60.
over-exaggerate on the release. Just all feels like effort. Nothing's coming easy for Gian.
100. Gian, you require
And
180.
does that lead to a state where you're kind of looking at either feast or famine? The consistency element may not be there. We may be seeing something brilliant if he can pin the tops
98.
for the 118.
Well, I think what we're going to see is we're going to start seeing him dropping low darts in.
135. Gian, you require 20.
Two, five.
Game shot on the first
for the opening leg.
Gian van Veen.
With Van Veen leading Arjan Konterman by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Arjan to throw first. Game on. 140. 100.
A reminder, if you are tuning in via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, first of all, a very warm welcome
82.
to you. And don't forget to give us a subscribe, because on top of the live coverage, we'll have highlights, bonus content, and game of the day. Now, if you were
100.
picking over the first 9 games, the game of the day, what would you be picking so far?
I really
96.
enjoyed game number 2. Josh Payne, Gary Stone played with a good pace about it. They both really increased those sort of
140.
doubling stats in that game. We had Josh Payne busting the 100, but yet still averaging 95 against Gary Stone's 96. Really good, entertaining game at a good
Gian
pace.
required 161.
It feels like the game that has
90.
potential, doesn't
Arjan,
it?
you require 124.
The bull
99.
for a level game and one
Gian
apiece. Doesn't go.
requires
Gian van
71.
Veen returns to 71 for the breaker throw for 2-0. 39-32 was the route. And so 18 now needs himself a dart at tops for a 2-0
Game shot on
lead.
the second
And
leg.
2-0 it
Gian
is to
van
Gian
Veen.
van Veen, who has restricted Arjan
Third leg, it's
Konterman to
Gian
just
throw first.
one dart
Game on.
at double. Despite the averages, there only being a point in it between the pair. Well,
140.
that's some way to start. When you've just broken, you go 2-0 up. The 140 puts your opponent under the pump
60.
right from the get-go.
$60.
A little bit of timing goes a long way in this game.
121.
And you'd have expected a maximum there. You could see the 2 darts was in there nice. Loads of room just underneath them, and he's hit the flight of the dart.
45.
Yet to get a win
95.
on the board today, Arjan lost his opening game 4-3 to David Cameron. He lost 4-1 to Graham Usher. That is Graham Usher's only win of the
100.
campaign so far.
It still sounds staggering.
130. Gian, you require 156.
So 156 was Gian van Veen for a 3-0 lead. Just above the wire.
60. Arjan, you require 95.
So to go trouble 19, double 19.
55.
Instead of elected to go for the
Gian,
bullseye
you
route.
require
So
96.
Van Veen returns for 96. This is a 3-0. And it has to be said, in close to no time at all. He went for 2 double 19s.
56.
And so it
Arjan, you require
allows
40.
his compatriot the opportunity for the break back.
Game shot on the third leg. Arjan Konterman.
This has the vibe of a game that's got a
Fourth
long
leg, it's
way
Arjan
to
to
go
throw
yet.
first. Game on.
That is the breaker throw return.
96.
So Arjan is throwing first to bring this back to a level game.
$56.
Realistically, Arjan's opportunity of winning this group has gone. But he could certainly
140.
play for places, and there are advantages in those. Some players just will not care. Some players just will not mind. A
140.
player such as Graham Usher, I can tell you, will just not mind. He just whatever. That's just his personality. But for
95.
some people, like Arjan, he will be aware of the maths and the percentages and the benefits of being in Group B.
126. Arjan, you require 170.
A course, there's more spots through to Saturday night's final from Group B, but there's
134.
flip the coin the other day. There's also some players that prefer to play in the daytime, so sometimes it could be a bit of a personal preference. But Contaman here, 36, 96. And Van Veen, who
Arjan, you require 36.
had the chance to go 3-0
Game shot
up,
on the fourth leg.
sees himself picked back
Arjan
at 2
Konterman.
apiece, and Mrs. Payne and Cameron are probably in the practice room now after their dust up in the game prior.
Fifth
Looking
leg,
at
it's Gian
this,
to throw first. Game on.
drawing a chair up and hoping Contaman gives Van Veen a bit of a tear up. Van Veen started 140.
38.
There we go. Charlie's back.
Well, David Cameron is coming up in the next game, which will be the next round of fixtures starting. He'll be taking on Graham
77.
Usher. Gary Stone will be throwing first against Gian. And Gary Stone's one of those players at the moment that I'd say is quite
140.
dangerous. Because as far as his campaign is gone, he knows he's now out of that. And if he can piece together
140.
the performance on the outer ring with what we see on the scoring phases, 180s, 15 180s so far.
140. Gian, you
96,
require
average 92 today.
144.
So this could really start to blow this group wide open.
$40.
And Arjan could really start that process. He's asked a big question.
159.
Of
Gian, you
Gian,
require 104.
will he pass the test? 104 the finish. Throws that pretend dart. When this has happened before, it has worked.
72.
Not on this
Arjan, you
occasion.
require 24.
So after being 2-0 down, Arjan has 3 darts in
Game
hand
shot on the fifth leg. Arjan Konterman.
to take the lead, and does so quite well. 97.46 the average.
Sixth leg, it's Arjan to throw
Gian
first.
on a
Game
90. That would suggest that Arjan is actually the favourite from this point.
40.
And it was those darts that he's missed in the last couple of legs that come back to cost Van Veen. That's the scoring power pack.
83.
Which will not see another ton plus score added in the column by Gian van Veen. In terms of the checkouts, this is what we're looking at. 2 from 6 of Van Veen. Contaman 50% on the doubles. Another 140 for Contaman to leave himself on 3-2-1 after 6. And a leg that if he wins will seal the match. And Van Veen,
60.
who won his first 6 games of this group, would then find himself on the back of back-to-back defeats. And would then
140.
present the opportunity for David Cameron in our next match against the cellar dweller Graham Usher to go 4 points clear
100.
of the rest of the pack.
$105.
That just leaves him a nice checkout. It allows him to stay on the treble 20, but if he doesn't get that, it's just a single for double.
85.
And he's
Arjan
got time on his hands.
76.
He's got 6 darts here. 5 are going to be match darts at the double.
68.
Couple of well-thrown darts there, but he will return a double 4 for the match.
100.
Van
Arjan,
Veen
you require
applies some
8.
pressure, but Contaman
Game, shots,
finds
and
the
match.
double 4
Arjan
to inflict a
Konterman.
second consecutive defeat upon Gian van Veen, who now, having topped the table overnight, could find himself 4 points behind at the summit of the table to David Cameron, who is in our next game against Graham Usher. That takes place in a couple of minutes' time.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can, of course, watch it all for free. But if you're able to get to Portsmouth on a Saturday night, you can attend for free as well. Tickets available via dartshop.tv. And it's looking increasingly likely that David Cameron might make it through to finals night, because Gian van Veen, his close rival in the group, has just been beaten by Arjan Konterman, his fellow Dutchman. And a great performance, really, from Arjan, a 96.83 average, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, and a 4-2 success in the All-Netherlands clash. And as you can see, it means that Cameron's going to have the chance to pull clear when he plays the next match against bottom of the table, Graham Usher. He's 2 ahead of Van Veen right now and 4 clear of Josh Payne, who himself is 4 clear of Contaman, who might still have a squeak of getting into Group B if he can hunt down Payne. So as I said, the league leader, David Cameron, back in action, facing Graham Usher, a man that he did beat when they met yesterday. Won that one 4-1, ending on double 5. Cameron, who's set for his Ali Pali debut next month, is now on a winning run of 7 consecutive matches. So is looking to carry on that fine form and cement his place at the top of the table. Meanwhile, Graham Usher is looking to lift himself off the bottom again, having got a win after 6 straight defeats, but then losing out in his previous match. Well, Matthew Edgar has been reminding me that he keeps getting everything right, so we just have to keep asking him until he gets one wrong. Matt, which way is this going?
I think one thing we're going to get here is a really good game of darts. David Cameron's going to do what David Cameron does. He's going to be around about the 90 mark. I think this game's going to be regarded around Graham Usher. Graham Usher, for me, looking a little bit tight in that last game. I don't think the release looked very good. The darts going in at different sort of angles, and he's certainly been missing on the outer ring. For those reasons, I think we're going to get David Cameron winning around about the 4-2 mark. I'll go even deeper this time.
Interesting when you have a look at the statistics between these two before this game got underway. Of course, Cameron with the opportunity to go 4 points clear at the top of the table. 12 points between them in the points bracket. But in terms of the legs difference,
First leg, it's David to throw
there is
first.
28 legs that separate Cameron and Usher. That's the chasm, that's the gap between the pair.
I've just got to jump in there and just discuss something we just saw there with Graham Usher. Graham Usher thrown 2 darts with his left hand, then switched to his right hand and threw his last practice dart. This isn't Graham Usher messing
95.
around. Graham Usher can actually throw left and right-handed darts. And I was told this, I believe it was Peter Jakes who told me this, and I was in a practice room with Graham Usher, and I said to him, go on then, let's see you throw with your right hand, and he went 140. He can throw
41.
either hand, and he said he has used this before in local league games when he has blocked a double, he has switched hands and hit the double with the opposite hand so he can open up the bet.
The Ronnie O'Sullivan of darts.
26.
Yeah, most people struggle to play darts with one hand. Graham can do it with both.
60.
Mind you, he's just as quick as Ronnie O'Sullivan. Did you see how long it took him to get that century yesterday? Was it 3 minutes and 34 seconds?
$61.
Makes you wonder though for Graham, doesn't it? If that comes into your thought pattern, like he's bottom of the table at the moment, does he think, do I have to go with this right hand in the next game? You must play with your mind a little bit.
Although I know there's a lot of ambidextrous darts players, but not for good reason. Less said, the better.
100.
And I wasn't talking about Mer's double 17 attempt either.
134.
Usher leaving himself on 90 after 15. More than proficient with the left hand. Goes along for the 16s. That's an excellent setup there to leave himself on
90.
double 8 and heap all sorts of pressure on this 90 for Graham Usher. 85, so treble 15 for Tots was the shot.
38.
So Cameron, who
16.
has kind of been out this leg to a certain extent, that 168 has afforded him the chance on double 8, double 4.
No score. Graham, you require 52. $36. David, you require 16.
At the back end of legs for Graham Usher. Gives David Cameron another opportunity to get this opening leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
He gets over the line
David
in the end.
Cameron.
And there's something I'd be interested actually to know. Now, we don't know
second leg, it's Graham to throw
of
first.
information
Game on.
regarding David Cameron. Certainly when we look at the breakdown of his game. And I wonder if since last
83.
night's draw, if Richie Edhouse is sat at home and thinks, I'm going to have to watch David Cameron all week now in the Super Series, looking for his strengths, looking for his weaknesses,
100.
looking where the openings may become into that. I wonder if Richie Edhouse is watching now.
137.
And then does it make it a case of better the devil you know very well than the devil that you don't?
You don't want surprises.
140.
Especially when you're playing a game of darts for £15,000 and a chance to take on Danny Noppert for 25.
Although it is a difficult tournament, the World Championship. It's difficult to win matches. Sometimes, Matt, it's difficult to win a leg at the World Championships.
45. David, you require 121.
Yeah, I've never had the whitewash yet. But I can imagine it's not a very nice vibe. I was close to it once.
89.
Well, Cameron leads himself on 32 after 12 to open up a 2-0 lead.
59. David, you require 32.
Double 8.
Game shot on the second leg. David Cameron.
Break a throw, 2-0 lead within the space of 15. And David Cameron can motor along that sort of pace all day long and make it look so effortlessly easy.
First. Game on.
We dubbed him Mr. Consistency yesterday. We might need to call him Mr. something else beginning with C. That might be Mr. Champion when Group A concludes tomorrow night, because it doesn't seem to be slowing
95.
down too much in the pursuit of that title.
And we might say the same thing about Danny Lauby when he comes into the competition in a couple of days' time. This is a man who's
100.
won things in the North American continent, who keeps winning tournaments time after time after time. We have prolific winners in here, I know. But when you are so used to that winning feeling and you know what it's like to get over the line, you must have this sense of inevitability when you're put in these positions when you're in a promising place in terms of a group or competition format.
Well, it just becomes expectant. You expect to win.
60.
It doesn't matter, oh, I've missed that. It doesn't matter, I'll just do it next time. It doesn't matter that he's done that, I'll just do that. You become expectant. Become reliant on your own ability. Could have been a bit more reliant on his counting there, because switch to the 19s would have left him the opportunity to leave the finish with the last dart as well. Obviously the treble 19
100
down to the 100, where the single 19, you could have utilised the ball to have left the 170.
$45.
Marginal differences. The marginal differences you learn from places such as the Pro Tour, where just having that
100.
extra dart
David, you
makes
require
such a difference.
146.
Now, saw 147 against Graham Usher in the last leg of that game against Gary Stone a few matches ago. 146 won't go. And so Usher gets this opportunity to get a break back to return the game to throw at 2-1. He's going to get one dart at the bullseye to do exactly that. But it strays into the 25.
41.
And so Cameron returns for a 3-0 lead.
He's missed the big number, leaves him 29 choices. Just pondering what double he wants to leave. He can pretty much pick his double from here.
33. Graham, you require 25. Game shot on the third leg. Graham Usher.
It's his first leg on the board. It's a breaker throw. Half's the deficit. But he
Fourth leg, it's Graham to throw first.
Doesn't seem happy with anything right now in regards to the game, the direction of the game, his
59.
personal game. Nothing seems to be going the way of Graham Usher right now.
60.
At this point, how easy would it be to go through the motions, knowing that your campaign's probably now going to be in Group C on Thursday and Friday, that your mind focuses to that and it can switch off what's in front of you right now?
140.
Oh, without a doubt, I think that's what we're seeing here. I've been in this position myself. It's a very hard position to snap yourself out of, because you know you're just playing for points, for pride. You know, there's nothing that it can really affect in terms of your destination. Your destination's decided.
60.
And as soon as you come to Thursday, you then just start finding your best again. It's a strange feeling.
45.
And normally when we're beaten, that's it, you're beaten, you go home. With this, you've still got to go up there and try and produce the best that you can.
100. Graham, you require 160.
Such a difference to everybody else in the table, and it's a chance for you to get up there and beat the people that have put you in your position.
80. David, you require 141.
3-1. It would have been a sizable task, an impossible task now.
65. Graham, you require 80.
I'm going to get one at tops.
Game shot.
Only needs one at tops. And Usher is back at 2-2. And just like a few minutes ago when people were looking up at the screen, waving their Arjan Konterman flags, Gian van Veen and Josh Payne are looking at this and thinking, go on, Graham. Because a defeat here for David Cameron would then allow Gian van Veen the opportunity to go level in the next match against Gary Stone. And then Josh Payne would then be able to go back to within 2 points if he can get the better of Arjan Konterman. Then the game after that is Gian van Veen against David Cameron. You just feel that the passage of play over the next, let's say, hour or so could be oh so vital in determining how this group looks come the beginning of play tomorrow, when we head for the dash towards the line, the final mile at the end of the marathon that is Group A.
$100. 76.
I just want to go back to an observation you made earlier on in the day. Those darts, different angles of entry into the board, and three completely contrasting darts in terms of where it landed in the board. Nothing contrasting about that.
80. 57. David, you require 82.
Time awarded to David Cameron. That's due to that maximum
Game
he
shot
hit.
on
He
the
doesn't
fifth
need
leg.
time.
David Cameron.
Wraps up the 82 on the tops. Takes the 3-2 lead. He's one away.
Sixth leg, it's
from
Graham to throw
really
first.
confirming
Game
his
on.
place at the top of that table and putting a couple more legs in the legs column as well.
56.
The gap could really start growing, especially if Gary Stone can find in the next game against Gian van Veen.
100.
Here we go again. Another look at Graham Usher from above.
140.
As for David Cameron, we've not spoken too much about his style. His starts, I like to lay low.
100.
What do you make of the action of Excalibur?
It's a strange
99.
one because I don't like this for the match.
Game,
Chris
shot,
Murphy wanted a
and the
prediction,
match.
and I said
David
David Cameron wins this game 4-2. And the scoreline is David Cameron wins the match 4-2 and extends his position at the top of the table. He now moves on to 16 points, with all eyes moving to the next game when Gian van Veen's going to need the points as he takes on Gary Stone.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where David Cameron carries on his charge towards the Group A title even, and therefore qualification for finals night on Saturday. Matthew Edgar has joined me to discuss what we've seen in the last 5 matches. We'll start with that one, a very convincing display. Who would have thought it would have been 4-2?
Yeah, I think I've got to mention that I'm not a time traveller, and these are just really good predictions. A 4-2 victory there for David Cameron. He just looks so solid, doesn't he? Everything he's doing is just doing the right things at the right time. We said he's going to be consistent, and he's consistently brilliant.
Yeah, he is. We'll see how that manifests in the Group A table as well. It means he's now 4 points clear of Gian van Veen. Again, to give you credit, you thought he might get beat by Josh Payne. He did. And you also thought he might get beat by Arjan Konterman in the previous match. He did that as well.
Like I say, I've got to say I'm not a time traveller. And I also said David Cameron, someone I expected to see take that top position at the end of today. And when we look at that legs column, plus 17 on the legs column, that is a big, big gap that's appearing. That's going to be like an extra win when this comes down to it at the end of play tomorrow.
Yeah, and we all often say, don't we, that players can't keep playing well without winning when they're on bad runs, but it's almost the opposite for Van Veen, isn't it? He can't keep playing nowhere near his best without actually starting to lose at some point.
Yeah, and he's got to start getting to that best form, that 94 average that we've seen him running through, the form that we saw him get to a Pro Tour final, losing out just to go in price. He beat Dave Chisnell en route with over 100 average. We've seen nothing like that so far from him. He's going to have to start finding that, or it's David Cameron's going to run away.
Yeah, well, in action next is Van Veen, but he's going to take on Gary Stone, who was involved in one of the moments of the day earlier on. Just talk us through this, Matt, because here we see Graham Usher decline, not the bull, but double five.
Well, you say talk you through it, and I've seen this back probably about 4 or 5 times, and I still don't know how I can talk you through it. It was absolutely bizarre. Turned down the dart of double five, which for me is just a sign that he's nervous to throw up towards that top end of the board. It looks like he's throwing with tension. It looks like he's got tightness in the arm and in the body, and with that, he just refused the opportunity to go for that double five. He didn't expect Gary Stone to take it. What we do as a player, you throw that and you say, if you're good enough. Gary Stone was good enough.
Yeah, and the stats would probably say he's played it safe, though. It's almost like he's put all his chips on red and black, and the ball's rolled into zero.
That's exactly what happened, wasn't it? It was one of them opportunities where you don't expect your opponent probably to even go a dart at the double. But then when the first one goes in, you're almost like, oh, don't do this. So the second one goes in, and again, same sort of thing. You're almost hoping and praying, and he didn't get his wish.
I'm not going to bother asking Matt for a prediction for the next game, otherwise there'd be no point playing at the form he's in today. So let's just get on with the action, shall we? It is Gary Stone against Gian van Veen. Matt can talk you through it alongside Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Chris. I just wonder what kind of darting DeLorean Matt Viega has found today, because he's got every single prediction spot on so far. I wonder what he will make of Game 11 as Gian van Veen takes on Gary Stone. And when you look at the last couple of games, Gary Stone 4-3 victor against Graham Usher in his previous encounter with a 92.68 average, whereas for the first time this week we are asking huge questions of Gian van Veen, having lost his previous 2 fixtures by a 4-2 scoreline. He has now found himself 4 points adrift at the top of Group A. David Cameron now on 16, Van Veen on 12, although this is his game in hand. Josh Payne will be up next against Arjan Konterman. And already you get the sense if Van Veen loses this next match,
41.
David Cameron becomes a real front runner to go on and run to the line in Group A, heading into tomorrow's
57.
session. Is this Matthew Edgar, who's come back down to the commentary box front of his conversation with Chris Murphy up on the balcony? Gian van Veen's biggest game of the week so far, because there's finally question marks
60.
on him.
I've chucked question marks on him the whole way. Even when he was winning 5 from 5, I wasn't convinced and I wasn't happy with what I was seeing really from Gian. And for
100.
me, this was always the inevitable that this little mini run was going to come. It's how he comes out the back of this now. Can he face this adversity and find his best?
60.
His best is something we haven't seen from him so far, even in winning 5 from 5.
$100.
Sometimes you get someone top the group and you go, yeah, they're rightly in that position. I think it was a little bit of a misreading in relation to how that went. Chris Murphy didn't ask me for a prediction at the start of this one because he didn't want a spoiler. But I was going to go with Gary Stone if asked the question.
96. Gary, you require
Could you whisper
84.
it in my ear just so I can prepare myself? Bullseye. Was this in the Edgar script?
47.
That wasn't in the Stone
Gian
script.
requires
And so
64.
Van Veen returns for 64 for a breaker throw in the opening leg. That's a flyer. So 17 for tops. Only one dart at it.
Game
Only one
shot on
dart
the first
needed
leg.
for an
Gian
opening
van
leg
Veen.
breaker throw for Gian van Veen.
I've just had a
Second
look
leg,
over
it's Gian
to
to
the
throw
script
first.
to
Game on.
see what's in this game, and this one is a Gary Stone win with 2 180s. I'm getting too brave now, aren't I? I'm getting
140.
You've got your prediction foot under the carpet, and now you're going to predict 180s and ton plus checkouts and
100.
Gary Stone wins it by this score with this many 180s on a red double.
in fairness, you've got a 70% chance of the red
43.
double thing being right, because in the history of the MODUS Super Series, since we began on the 15th of March 2021, nearly 70% of
140.
all doubles hit in all competition matches have come on the red side of the board, which perhaps shouldn't be a surprise when the likes of double 20, double 12, double 8, double 10, double 18 are all in the red
140.
segment, all in the red region.
Well, if you're a 16s player, you've got a 50-50 breakdown, really, haven't you? 16 and 8,
55.
4 and 2, they're all red and green 50-50 sort of shots. If you're a 20s man, 20s and 10s, your first two shot, it's red-red. You've also got the opportunity of the bullseye,
100.
which is red, where it gives you 11 options on the red compared to the 10 green.
We'll talk more about this in the next leg, because Van Veen has left himself on 78 to
140.
open up a 2-0
Gian
lead. He's
requires
averaging
78.
92.5. Stone himself, 89.9. Not really done much wrong in this game, but this tots would see him go 2-0 down, and it's beginning to become the story of the week. You could see the smirk in the
38.
background. He
Gary
expected it to
requires
go,
66.
but he gets a go at 66.
Going to be one dart at the double. He wanted the single there, not the double. Now he wants double 12.
54.
Not a bad thrown
Gian, you
dart. It's a
require
good recovery
40.
there to rectify the situation after missing the big number. Gian throws that false dart again first.
No
And
score.
that was a little bit awkward after those
Gary
two. Gary Stone
required
was
12.
nodding in the background, but I think he had a lot more hope than he expected
Game
there.
shot on the
Because
second
that
leg.
blocked the
Gary
angle of the
Stone.
dart coming in from the top end, which is the natural arc that a dart will come in. That would have been one there that Gian had to put
Third leg,
extra
it's Gary
force
to
in.
throw first.
And because he
Game
came
on.
in at that natural arc of the throw of the dart, he's just clattered into the two darts and it stayed out. That's where you need to mix up the throw.
81.
Bit of mastery. Key story though, level game.
The only story that matters.
60.
Just going back to the red and green double thing, it sounds like one of those tongue twisters, doesn't it? Red lorry, yellow lorry. In the history of this competition, prior to today's action,
140.
there have been 28,874 doubles hit on a red target.
140.
Accounts for 70% or 69.2% of all doubles hit in this competition.
60.
There's been 121,000 attempts at double, of which roughly 40,000 of which
83.
have been hit. That equates to 34.26% total checkout percentage all time.
100.
John, one more before we go to the checkouts.
Yeah, keep them coming.
The overall average all time, over 7,242
100.
matches,
Gary, you require
86.63.
120. $100. Gian, you require 118.
219, so 118.
80. Gary, you require 20.
Gary Stone's just bided his time, hasn't he, in this game?
Game shot.
And that red double sees him go 2-1 up. And he's just waited for the opportunities to come, and he has taken full advantage of them. He leaves Gian van Veen 2-1.
First, game on.
That last stat you said there about the overall average over that many games as well. I find that one quite
58.
interesting because I get asked a lot about the Super Series in terms of the standard or what's required. Well, there's the required
100.
standard. If you want to be getting here at the Super Series and be competitive, you need to be around the 86 mark. That is the level. That is why we expected David Cameron to be competitive here, because
180.
if we look at the level, David Cameron is slightly above that level with the ability to extend when required.
And these two are extending as required here.
93. 57. Gian, you require 170.
The fish for Van Veen. Another one of them. Would have left the bullseye.
123. Gary, you require 164.
Choices here for
64.
Gian.
Gian, you require
7 for
47.
tops, 15 for 32. Just mix up his routes.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Not one of these players
Gian van
that
Veen.
stubbornly persist with one direction. And he's just levelled up
Fifth
this
leg, it's
game.
Gary
What
to throw
direction will this
first.
game
Game
finish
on.
in? We do not know at this point. It is a tight one. There is nothing really to separate the two players.
60.
An 87 average plays an 88.
Well, you do know what's going to happen, but you're just not telling us.
134. 125.
That's a good response there from Gary Stone. He opened with a trebleless visit. Gian, like a shark sensing blood in
47.
the water, jumped in with a double treble visit. And then Gary Stone, 125, and he's off again. This time, fills it up.
180.
His second maximum of the game.
The Tartan Tungsten Express comes rolling into town.
85. Gary, you require
And can Gary Stone
136.
complete a run of 8 perfect darts in 9. Getting a bit excited there.
160.
But that 116 leaves him on double 10 after 12 for 3-2 lead. And all Van Veen can do is apply pressure. Pressure he's going to apply in maximum
180.
variety.
Gary required 20. Game shot on
Not
the
that it
fifth
bothers
leg.
Gary Stone.
Gary Stone.
Because Charlie Corsafine barely had time to call out what he required by the time he stepped up to the board and pinned that double 10. The
Sixth leg, it's
13
Gian
darter to make it
first. Game
3-2.
on.
And the way that he's played this week, at some point this level of performance was going to marry up with a result. Is this
100.
the moment where it does? Van Veen kicks off Ton with the throw.
Sort of get the feeling David Cameron in the practice room right now is looking at the
95.
screen and hoping that exact thing happens. Because if Gian is to lose this, David Cameron is going to have a 4-point gap and a massive advantage
60.
in the legs column, which is essentially at this stage like an extra 2 points.
Well, he's 12 in front of Van Veen as it is.
81.
We're just going to have a quick check on something here. So we're going to head back into the commentary box, I think, and we can have a chat with Matthew Edgar over what we have seen today. And what we have seen is Gian van Veen, the player at the top of the table, as we head back onto the board now. The player at the top of the table who could be on the
55.
verge here potentially of losing 3 games on the spin.
It would, and do you know what?
60.
It wouldn't surprise me either. It would not surprise me. He's just not looked the player that we have seen. You know, the action's got a lot of
60.
lift in it. He's looking tight and tense. He's looked vulnerable.
95.
We said, how does he handle that? Does he go away and think, I was vulnerable there, I've got away with one? Or does he go away and go, well, I didn't play my best, but
Gary,
I still
require
won. When I do play my
170.
best, these lot are getting it.
And now does he look at the long haul
40. Gian, you require
of
103.
this? If he plays at this level for 5 days, someone's going to have to do something mammoth to knock him out of qualification for Saturday night. This could be mammoth for Van Veen, the double 18 for the
Gary,
103.
you require 130.
And so, to set in stone the Dutchman's 3rd defeat in succession, he needed the 130. And so Van Veen will return for free. It was kind of the story of his day yesterday, wasn't it? Games ending 4-3 in his favour. Is that going to be a trend that begins again here on Tuesday?
106.
2 9s.
Gian, you require 18.
To send us to a deciding leg. He's going to split, and he's going to go 10 for double 4 to send us all the way to a deciding leg.
10.
The first dart was such a nice
Gary
lie, which is why he's even more
24.
incensed he's missed the second.
Game,
Gary
shot,
Stone
and
wraps it
match.
up 4-2
Gary
victory
Stone.
and condemns Gian van Veen to another defeat. 3 in a row for him. He's now going to be in a bit of trouble when it comes to qualifying. And I promise I will put no more predictions because these predictions are becoming spoilers. Gary Stone wins with 2 180s and a 4-2 victory, just like we said at the very, very start. I'll let you enjoy the next game. The next game is Josh Payne versus Arjan Konterman.
Well, yesterday's unbeaten league leader, Gian van Veen, is now tumbling down the table like a rolling stone, while Stone himself is on a roll here at the MODUS Super Series. Yes, that's right, Gary Stone of Scotland has just defeated Gian van Veen. A 90 average almost for the Scotsman, 4 out of 8 on the doubles, and yes, he won with 2 180s as predicted by Matthew Edgar, who is actually making his claim for performance of the day with his picks so far. But it means that Gary Stone picks himself up and carries on climbing up the table, pulling away from the stranded Graham Usher. And Arjan Konterman, also on 6 points with Stone, is about to take on Josh Payne in the next match. He's a couple behind Gian van Veen, but David Cameron, well, he seems to be laughing all the way to the bank at the moment. He's further clear at the top, everything going his way today. But let's see if Josh Payne can get back in contention now. As I said, he takes on Arjan Konterman, who beat Gian van Veen earlier today. And he's just trying to hunt down Josh Payne a little bit in third place. But when they did meet yesterday, it was a whitewash win. Very, very comfortable indeed for Josh Payne. That 98 checkout, seeing him complete the bagel over Contaman. But if you look at the position in the table as we did a few moments ago, if Contaman can win this match, he's just 2 points behind and will put himself in that race to make it through to Group B. If Payne wins, however, he might be as good as over in terms of the table splitting down the middle, top 3 and bottom 3. So let's see which way it goes. Either Payne pulls away or Contaman continues to catch him. The race is on.
It's not just Josh Payne pulling away that could be the story here. He could also keep the pressure on David Cameron. Josh Payne takes the victory here. He'll move up into second position and just keep David looking over his shoulder in relation to winning this group. Josh Payne, someone we expect to make a little bit of a move. And Gian van Veen's next game is actually against David Cameron as well. So you sort of feel that David Cameron's going to want Arjan to continue the form he's shown in his last game when he did beat Gian van Veen 4-2 with a 96.83
First leg, it's
average.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
This game, or should I say the next 3 matches, this game, Gian van Veen, David Cameron, and then Graham Usher versus Josh Payne. Those 3 matches, I think, are going to be decisive.
140.
Or keep this completely wide open in relation to David Cameron and Group A.
85.
I'm going to throw something out here. If Josh Payne loses this game and David Cameron beats Gian van Veen, I think David Cameron before Wednesday's as good as through.
180.
However, that statement started with if Arjan wins this game. And Josh Payne has started
58.
with a 140 and a 180. He is not in the mood to lose this game.
This is a man who's played on the biggest stages. He knows what the big moments are about.
140.
He knows how to produce in the big moments under the biggest of pressures, under the biggest and finest of lights. He leaves 41 after 9. Knowing the pressure is on.
94.
Knowing
Joshua
that he cannot afford a
41.
slip up in this particular duel. Double 16 for the perfect opener.
25.
He's going to return with Contaman all the way back on 264.
97. Joshua requires 16. Game shot on the first leg. Josh
Payne has had a weakness in his game today. It has been on the outer ring. Scoring power has been incredible, like you saw there. 140,
Second leg, it's
180,
Arjan to throw
140.
first. Game
But
on.
if you can just get that doubling going, even around about the 30% mark,
140.
not only is he going to start clawing himself into second position, but he's going to keep the pressure firmly on David Cameron.
100.
How far does your red marker pen go at the minute, Matt?
57.
I think if we're looking at qualification, I still think we're looking at the top 3 potentially. However, I would not be surprised to see
100.
David Cameron pick up a victory in the next game against Gian van Veen, which would essentially eliminate him from the process.
134.
And Payne with victory here would actually go above Van Veen going into that fixture on legs difference.
135. Arjan, you require
Unlucky there at the treble 5 in the
170.
second dart because it meant there was nothing left that he could do. And so it allows Contaman 6 at this 170.
I think the issue for Gian has been regarding the fact he's not been playing well. When you're winning, it's easy to dismiss that, but when you start losing and you've not been playing well and your throw's not been working for you,
requires 71.
it just adds more pressure onto that. It makes it, when there's something there you're not relying on, when there's something you're feeling a bit stretched, a bit reachy on, the last thing you want is
26.
for that instant outcome
Josh, you
where the
require
darts
40.
landed in the board not to be working for you as well.
Game shot on the second
Two
leg.
tens make it
Josh
2-0
Payne.
to Josh Payne. 14 darts, 107.36 average. When we ask the question of what can he
Third
do
leg, it's
under the
Josh to throw
pressure
first. Game
of
on.
a must-win match, this is his emphatic answer. This is how he replies.
48.
And I don't know about you, Matt, but when you look at what he's won in his career, he's a player that maybe at times went under the radar when he was right at the top of his game.
100.
I think a lot of that came down to his age at the time as well. You know, he's only 28 years old now. I mean, when you think about that, when you think how many years Josh
83.
Payne's actually been around, you'd think he'd sort of be mid-30s, late 30s with the level of experience that he's got. And I think
100.
sometimes when someone's of a certain age, it's easier to overlook those achievements as just part of the development process rather than the part of they are who they are at that time, which was a multiple-time Pro Tour champion.
45.
Played on every big stage in the world of darts. The Grand Prix, the match play, the UK Open, the World Championships
100.
on multiple occasions. That's what he's targeting again. And he's made this very clear. This is a place for him
58.
to be a practice ground, to get the match practice required, to get to the levels required, to then, when it comes to Q School at the beginning of 2023, he can go straight
52.
in there with the game, the experience, and the confidence to regain his Q card.
60. Arjan, you require 149. 85.
Gonna think about this. He's left himself 182 after the 25 points.
43.
Switch to the 18.
Arjan, you
Good choice
require
there from
64.
Josh. Keeps his hopes alive of getting a dart at the ball.
48.
He's going to need
Josh, you
two trebles
require
first.
164.
This would be the ultimate sucker punch. It's not going to go the 164 with the two treble 19s.
64.
You sense the game hinges on
Arjan,
this
you
double eight for
require
Arjan
60.
Konterman.
Game shot on the third leg. Arjan
He was up to the
Konterman.
task, 1 from 4 on the doubles, but he brings it back to within 1 and back on throw, crucially for him as well. And so he has
Fourth
the
leg, it's
darts
Arjan to throw first. Game
to
on.
make it 2 apiece, to level this game back up after Payne opened up a 2-leg advantage early on.
131.
He opened up a 2-leg advantage with ease. And then, just as easy as he made that look, he came right off the pace, but straight back on it there. Was that just a blip? Was it just a leg? And there's Josh Payne now starting to
100.
fire himself towards the finish line.
He's moving through the gears, but he's not moving towards a 9 on this
95.
occasion. When that first dart sat so plumb on the 60 bed, you could just feel
140.
a little tingle, a little bit of tension, a little bit of excitement. But the issue is when it enters the board that low of the wire, it has to readjust, which he's done brilliantly there to fill it up for the second back to the leg for a potential 11.
90.
So potentially 11,
Joshua
and
required
Arjan actually
46.
has a dart at the bullseye. Just shows how good of a leg we are witnessing here. 2 darts at tops. To re-break the throw.
26.
More
Arjan required
frustration
40.
for Josh Payne.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Despite
Arjan
2 180s in
Konterman.
the leg, Josh Payne loses that one and Arjan takes it out in 13. We now
leg,
have
it's
a
Josh
level
to throw
game once
first.
again. Something we didn't expect to say after the first couple of legs when Josh Payne raced into a 2-0 lead.
100.
Let's have a look at the averages in at the
97.
halfway stage of this game. 93 for Payne, 3 maximums to his name. And look how nice that first dart looks.
131.
Runs for cover, gets the 1-3-1. Contaman again, first dart, plumbing the treble bed, invites a second, and then inviting a third.
180.
So wonderful and so fluent to watch.
81.
Should I just keep the averages there, just leave them there for the rest of eternity?
Josh will be disappointed with that. It was on 270, just needed to stay straight.
140.
He got the first start in the treble 20, he did the hard bit and then ended up not leaving a finish. And that has opened the door
59.
for
Arjan
Arjan
require
to
84.
step in and take the lead for the first time in this game. 2 11s.
62. Joshua require 130.
Josh may need to take this. It's the ball.
105.
This 22
Arjan require
points
22.
will be for a break of throw and to push him just 1 leg away from the match.
14. Joshua required 25.
So how to go the 17 double
Game
4
shot on the
route.
5th leg. Josh Payne.
And despite the trials and tribulations, Josh Payne finds himself in a 3-2 lead.
6th leg, it's Arjan to throw first. Game on.
I think Contaman had his chances to break the throw, and he would have thrown for the match.
91.
But now he's got to win the lot.
$60.
Big moments these for the week in Josh Payne.
60.
He will be playing again in a game's time. He'll be taking on Graham Usher. So there are 4 more points still available for Josh today.
100.
Could end the day on 14. David Cameron got a maximum hope of 18 points.
140.
There'd only be a 4-point swing. They would have to play each other again tomorrow. That would potentially be 2 of those points. So it's not as over as initial inspection would make you believe.
123.
Josh Payne could be the guy to cause that rumbling.
He's the most likely, isn't he?
140.
But Contaman's the most likely to win this leg 6. Or are we speaking too soon?
180.
Are we counting our chickens before they
requires
hatch?
70.
2 8s
Game
for
shot on the
3-3.
6th leg.
Clean, clinical
Arjan
kill
Konterman.
for Arjan Konterman. And we go to a deciding leg, and a leg that cannot be understated, a leg
7th
that
and
cannot
final
be
leg, it's Josh
underplayed.
to throw first.
Josh Payne, if he wins this, would go within 4 points of David Cameron, ahead of that top of the table tussle with Gian van Veen. Loses this,
59.
he could see himself 8 points adrift. That is the seismic shift that could be in play, dependent on 501 points.
27.
16 times now. Arjan Konterman has gone to a last leg decider, but he's only won 5 of them. Positive numbers for fans of Josh Payne.
60.
More positive numbers for the fans of Josh Payne. He has had 4 maximums. If you can find one of those in this leg, you would think it is all but done.
125.
Plenty of darts to be thrown yet in this one.
97.
Josh Payne finds his first major treble at the 9th time of asking.
58.
Josh Payne has won tight games today. He beat Gary Stone 4-3 in his opening encounter of the day. He beat Van Veen 4-2. So when he's had to go to the
100.
world, he has been able to come up with the answers. And he may be coming up with the answers here because he's 6 darts from 185 away from securing a win. That would put him within 4 of the top. And remember, that last game, Chief Van Veen and Cameron's their last game. Payne still has to play again in match 14 against Graham Usher. But here and now, Josh Payne, 104 points away from victory.
104.
Trying to leave himself on tops.
44.
Should be able to leave himself
Arjan, you
on tops
require
from 60.
154.
But we've seen these sort of shots go today. 154 for the match. He drops it low. That would have ended Josh Payne's hopes. Josh wasn't even looking. I don't think he was even aware of that situation until the score was called at the end. He was just preparing himself, getting himself ready for that shot. 20 and tops and game for Josh Payne. 2 more points on the board. He moves up into 2nd place, and it looks like he's going to be the player that is going to chase David Cameron down for that top position. 2 more points for Josh. We will see Josh again, so another opportunity for Josh to get some points on the board. He's got to take on Graham Usher. But before we get to that game, we've got Gian van Veen taking on table topper David Cameron.
Well, we're into the final 3 fixtures here, the MODUS Super Series on Tuesday, and there is a clear top 3 after that 4-3 win for Josh Payne against Arjan Konterman. Both players averaging in the 91 range, but Payne getting over the line with a good last leg, taking at that 60 finish, but only after Contaman had almost nicked it with a 154 on top, just coming south of the target before Payne took the deciding leg. And the table now looks like this. Payne has put himself between Van Veen and David Cameron on the same points as a Dutchman and 4 adrift of Cameron, and they're going to play next. So this could really be a crucial match, a pivotal contest in the group. It is their last one of the day. And when they met yesterday, Gian van Veen got the better of David Cameron, who threatened early in the match, getting to 2-2 with this 120 finish. But the Dutchman won every single game he played yesterday, getting double top to see off the Canadian in what was the pair's opening match of yesterday. Now that sparked a perfect day, a clean sweep for Gian van Veen. David Cameron is looking to complete 5 from 5 if he can defeat the Dutchman in this one. So can he do it? Can Cameron complete a dream day and carry on what was turning into a bit of a nightmare one after a dream day himself for Gian van Veen? Big match. Let's find out what happens with Henry and Matt.
The dream has turned into a nightmare at the minute for Gian van Veen, and you have the sense that the man who topped the table overnight has to win this game against David Cameron. Otherwise, the Canadian could find himself on the cusp of qualification by the end of Tuesday at the Super Series. A win for Excalibur, David Cameron, would put him on to 18 points. It would put him 6 points clear of both Josh Payne and Gian van Veen. Although Payne would have the opportunity to pull himself back to within 4 points with victory against Graham Usher. However, a defeat for Cameron makes things very interesting because Van Veen would move on to 14 points. Payne would have the opportunity to move on to 14 points, with DC being stranded on 16.
I've had a little look at the odds before this game has started. Gian van Veen is the favourite with the bookies to win this one. David
Gian
Cameron
to throw first.
priced up around the even money mark. I think that's value. Big value in relation to what we've seen so far. Today, Gian van Veen lost his last 3 games and
100
has looked like a player who probably should have lost those 3 games. He lost to Josh Payne, averaging just 80. Josh Payne missing 15 darts. With 19 darts, a double in that game, which just show how outscored Gian was in that game. He lost 4-2 to Arjan Konterman, despite taking a 2-0 lead in that one.
100.
He ended up losing the next 4 legs. And then he lost his last match to Gary Stone, averaging 87. David Cameron, as we've spoke about already, is on a very
59.
good run of wins. Not just the wins today, but the wins yesterday. He only lost his opening game, which was yesterday 4-3 to Gian van Veen when he averaged 92.
100.
Missed 4 match darts in that one as well. Gian picking his pocket. Well, that's some run of wins from Mr. Consistency himself,
100.
David Cameron.
These two are the top 2, and they're looking for the first space at finals night. You can join us as well. Every Saturday evening
43.
session up until the beginning of February is available to book now via dartshot.tv. And even better, you can get them free of charge. They are complimentary. They are yours. It's our little
59.
gift to you for you to come and join us. So here, Van Veen, 158 after 12, looking for the gift. That would be the first leg.
98. $55. Gian requires 60. Game shot on the first leg. Gian van Veen.
When you've been under the cosh a little bit and you've been getting a bit of a pumping and you've lost 3 games in a row and you've lost your top position, you've seen David Cameron come up behind you and
swoop past and then put a bit of a buffer between him and yourself, then you're stood behind that player and you're then going to have to
140.
play David Cameron. It could all have gone a bit messy there for Gian, and he opens up with a comfortable hold of throw.
180.
That's a brilliant match because that second dart was very awkward.
$134. 100.
Now, Gian just gesticulated something as he went to retrieve the darts, despite having 101. I was wondering whether he's still looking to find that right line for him.
He's not been comfortable, and he's not been happy with the way he's throwing
60.
since about 9:30
David, you require
yesterday
87.
morning. He's picked up results, he's picked up some performance, he's thrown some good darts, but it's not translated to how it's looked on the eye.
Gian, you require
And
161.
certainly how it has felt for him.
$65. David, you require 25. Game shot on the second leg. David Cameron.
Well, that
Third leg,
25,
it's Gian
14
throw
darted
first.
to
Game on.
level us up at 1 apiece.
$81.
If you're Josh Payne, what would be a better result for you?
He's obviously going to want Gian to win, but I think for
100.
him personally, it'll be better for David Cameron just to get the win, Josh Payne get his win, and them two just settle it out tomorrow. He's still got to play him
83.
himself. That will take away one of those 2 wins that he's going to need. The downside is the legs. That could be where the problem arises because David Cameron essentially has extra points in those legs columns.
7.
It would mean that Josh would probably have to win his game against David Cameron heavy. And I mean like a 4-0 ideally.
180.
Talk about heavy, that's a heavier score of the lot, and so it puts Van Veen on 157 after 9. He's going to get 6 to a 2-1 lead. And with the darts, he's been pretty faultless so far.
60. Gian, you require 157.
That's all you need to do. You don't need to win every leg. You don't need to win every moment. You've just got to win your moments. That's what Gian is doing here. And he's doing it very well. Have to double after just 12.
28. Gian, you require 32.
88.
Game shot on the
For
third
2-1.
leg. Gian van Veen.
And Gian van Veen with a 14 darts. That's back-to-back 14s.
Fourth
And
leg,
the
it's
pattern of
David
this
to
game
throw
so far
first.
is it's being absolutely dominated leg after leg by the player throwing first. It seems that the player throwing second in legs are just having off legs
180.
against the throw.
And that pattern of people playing well on their throw looks like it's going to continue as David Cameron hits his first 180 of the
140.
match. The third in the game overall. 2 for Gian. We've seen a lot of 180s today. Even just in the last couple of games, Josh Payne hit 4
60.
to Contaman's 1. Game before that, Gary Stone and Van Veen, they both had 2 apiece. That sort of over market in the 2.5 has took a bit of a bashing today.
140.
What I'm ultra surprised about is considering the maximum hitting is we haven't had the back-to-back maximums, which has allowed us the opportunity to tee up the 9. Surely a week this
100.
good, we're going to get an attempt.
Yeah, the over market so far today on the 2.5 180s, we have had 13 games, including the one you're watching now. 9
60.
matches have had
David, you
more than
require
2.5
161.
180s, which is stat busting.
$105. Gian, you require 161.
Well, this would be gut busting from David Cameron's perspective. Van Veen could take out the 161. It would have been for a 3-1 lead, and so the Canadian returns
65.
the 2 apiece
David,
for
you
a fourth
require 56.
consecutive holder throw in this top of the table tussle. 2 darts at tops.
36.
Doesn't go.
Gian, you require
And it is the
96.
opportunity Gian van Veen has been waiting for. $76. That might be a nice lie. Decided to go double 18, double top instead.
56. David, you require 20. $10.
Rare missed
Gian, you require
opportunities
40.
for David Cameron. But this is a situation
Game
that
shot on the
he's not
fourth
been
leg.
in yet. When you're
Gian
top
van
of the
Veen.
table and you're trying to wrap it up, and there's your first break of the game. It's gone to Gian van Veen, and he will now be throwing first for the match.
Fifth
And
leg, it's Gian to throw first. Game on.
stats, numbers, we spoke about them a few times today, haven't we? And wanted to see just how that 9 out of 13 that we're seeing today on the over
140.
2.5 180 market, how that relates to all-time statistics. 34.88% of games, 2,526 of the
55.
matches that have been played have gone over 2.5. So you should normally see around about 34%. Today, we've completely flipped that on its
60.
head.
And what it has done is it's taken the maximum count for the series up to 1,182. It's seen 72 180s over the first, well, we'll say just under a couple of days worth of action. So we fully expect the 1,200
85.
barrier to be breached between now and Saturday night, where, of course, you could be a part of the action. Dartshop.tv, the place to be to get your tickets for the Week 6 finals here at the MODUS Super
137.
Series. Do come and join us. And Veen here would love a 140. There's the 2 trebles. He'd love a third, but the 140 will do to leave himself on 76 after 12. And Cameron, quite simply put, is going to have to respond in kind at the very least. And now that's the very best he can do, but he can't.
This wouldn't just be stopping David Cameron from putting more points on the board. This will be
38.
the start of the
Gian, you
process
require
of taking
76.
a bite out of that leg column, because this would be a big scoreline. 4-1 would take 3 legs off of that Cameron
44.
scoreboard, which we'll take a look at the end of the game, of course. Josh Payne.
43. Gian,
What's
you
the
require
perk in his interest
32.
in the practice room, because he's getting ready for his game.
Game,
His
shots,
game where he'll
and
get the
match.
opportunity to get
Gian
to
van
14 points.
Veen.
Just like Gian van Veen has hit 14 points now and is just 2 points behind the table topper, David Cameron. So we now have a 2-horse race off the back of that result. Can we make it a 3-horse race? If we do, Josh Payne needs to beat Graham Usher, and that game is coming up in just a couple of minutes' time.
So then Dutch darting defiance before the break saw Gian van Veen put Excalibur to the sword. David Cameron beaten for the first time today in his final match, and it was his worst performance by a distance, wasn't it? And Van Veen's best. There you can see a huge disparity in the averages. 95 for the Dutch youngster, who was 4 out of 6 on the doubles as well in that one. Fantastic display from him, and it makes things very, very interesting and tight at the top of the table, with Van Veen just 2 points behind Cameron now, and Josh Payne looking to join him if he can win his next match. It is a real split. Contaman, Stone and Usher, the bottom half, Payne, Van Veen and Cameron vying for that top spot and a place at finals night on Saturday. Now the next match does feature Josh Payne. He takes on Graham Usher in the penultimate match of the day. We can see him here in his last match getting the better of Arjan Konterman, a really important win for him. The result really that's caused that split in the table. Contaman could have maybe got into the top 3 but for that defeat, but Payne did dish out the pain on Usher yesterday. A 4-0 whitewash win for the 2-time PDC title winner, and he's looking to end his day on a high. He's played at a very good level all day today, Josh Payne, and he will keep the pressure on the top 2 unless Usher upsets him. Back to the boys in the box.
Thank you very much, Murph. Massive game upcoming then here for Josh Payne up against Graham Usher. And we enter that territory again for the maximum, where it is must-win territory. He has seen that result for Gian van Veen against David Cameron. It would have perked him up. It would have made him feel much better about things. But what he has to do now is do his job.
I'm completely distracted again here watching Graham Usher throw the darts. Oh, he's going left-handed. The last 3 darts was all right-handed. Oh, hang on, we've gone back to the right. He can throw right or left-handed. He has thrown 4 practice darts with the right hand. Are we about to see
First leg, it's Graham to
a
throw
hand
first.
switch from
Game
Graham
on.
Usher? No, he's gone for the left. He's going with the left hand.
Ball in and conventional, we don't care.
90.
But 4 of his 6 practice darts was thrown with the right hand. And I have seen him throw right-handed. He is still
100.
a quality dart player with the right hand. It's not just that he can throw right-handed and hit the board. He can actually hit where he wants to go.
43.
But back to the serious stuff.
137.
Josh Payne, yes, I think he's in a situation here where we can make this a 3-horse race. 3 players can be separated by 2 points. Josh Payne will like this situation because at the moment he'll feel like this is in his own hands. As a dart player, what you don't want to do is rely on other results or other outcomes.
60.
You literally want everything to be decided by your own ability. He's still got the opportunity to do that. If he loses 1 more, he's going to need favours. Because those 2 points, he can get those by beating David Cameron. There's your 2 points. Gian van Veen,
40.
he can get him out of the way
88.
just by beating him as well. So it's all still in Josh's hands. He's still playing knockout darts at the moment.
$32. Josh will require 164.
Usher then back for 56.
49.
It's kind of been a bit
Graham, you
of
require
a scrappy
56.
end to this first leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
Usher
Graham
does win the
Usher.
first leg. I can guarantee he did get double top there to take the lead by a leg to 0 against Josh Payne. It did happen, promise.
Second leg, it's
Payne
Josh
with the
to
darts
throw
in leg
first.
2.
$57. 60. 140. 123.
Already better signs here from Graham Usher than when the two met yesterday. When they met yesterday, this was part of Josh Payne's rampant start to the day. He beat Graham Usher 4-0.
100.
He then followed that up with a 4-0 win over Arjan Konterman.
85.
He sort of hit the ground running, and we're sort of fearing the worst for the rest of Group A, really, wasn't we? We thought that Josh Payne was going to steamroller this group.
96.
But we've seen this from everyone. At some point, someone's threatened to
43.
pull away.
Joshua required
But
108.
at the point of pulling away, someone's pegged them back in. This is to peg Payne back in the match. Double 16.
92.
Doesn't go, so Usher returns to 190.
138.
Looking to set it up, in which he
Joshua
does to leave
requires
himself
16.
on 52, but Payne, double 8.
8. Graham, you require 52. Game shot on the second leg. Graham Usher.
Doubles Graham Usher's lead. The outer ring has not been kind to him, but it is kind to him in this one. And Graham Usher,
Third leg, it's Graham to
who
throw first.
starts this game at
on.
the bottom end of the table. We expected to realistically be talking about him at the top end of the table
40.
in those positions, battling it out for the Group A title. Instead, we're sort of saying that he's just going to try to not finish bottom, because no one wants to finish bottom of the group.
31.
The wooden spoon.
100.
But you get the sense of Graham, he's the type of player that when Group A is done, he can move into Thursday with a fresh mindset. He can click and say, look, it's 0 points. It's another day, another
44.
group, another competition, and we just go again.
It would not surprise me in the slightest to see
81.
Graham Usher finish bottom of this group and then go and win Group C. The priority is getting through to Saturday.
134.
That's all you've got to do. It doesn't matter if he finishes bottom of this group and then finishes second in Group C.
96.
He will not care. As long as he is in Saturday, that's all that matters. You've got a chance. £5,000 on the line on Saturday, and a place in
41.
Champions Week. £20,000 will be up for grabs. A game Graham Usher has taken part in.
100.
The big one, the £20,000 game.
He beat Josh Payne in the semi-final of that night to get to the final. 4-3 that finished.
140. Graham, you require
Payne had
84.
his chance. He's not getting chances here because of the brilliance of Graham Usher.
60.
But he's going to
Joshua
now after
require
missing 2 darts at
111.
double 12 for a 3-0 lead. And Payne needs to take out this ton topper to stay in this match and potentially keep his hopes of progressing through Group A alive.
81. Graham, you require 24.
That could be the start of
Game
the big
shot on the
problem for
third
Josh
leg.
Payne.
Graham Usher.
Missed the big number. You could see what it meant to him on his face. Graham Usher.
Fourth
now
leg,
just
it's Josh to
one
throw
leg
first.
away
Game on.
from his second victory of Group A, and also potentially taking Josh Payne
100.
out of contention. Was certainly out of his own hands of contention.
60.
Results could go his way still, that will bring him in. Mathematically, he'll still be able to, but this will remove it from his own capabilities.
140.
Are we looking as if we're getting ever so closer towards a potential 2-horse race here?
I think
100.
the thing that potentially makes it that as well is the current score line. Josh is going to need to try, even in defeat here, he's going to have to tighten this game up a little bit. Because at this point
125.
of the campaign, especially when David Cameron's already got such a big lead on the legs, you cannot be going down heavy.
60. Joshua required 136.
Well, this would be to pull one back. He's going to get 6 on 136.
96.
And squares it up Hadley for tops. All Usher can do is just pile in the trebles and hope.
97.
Realistically,
Joshua
this isn't the
required
leg for him.
40.
This isn't the battle he needed to pick, because he's going to get the darts in the next leg. It's all about Payne making sure he gets it done.
Game shot on the
Payne
fourth
does.
leg.
And
Josh
now this
Payne.
is the acid test for the maximum, because it's Usher who's got the darts in leg 5. There's still a 4-1 victory, which would secure Usher's
Fifth
second
leg, it's
victory of
Graham
the
to throw
day,
first.
but inflict a
Game
defeat
on.
upon Payne, which could spell disaster for him.
60.
Well, it could cause some pain for him, really, couldn't it? It could literally take it out of his hands in relation to
97.
his qualification. Graham Usher will have the throw in this
100.
leg and the last leg if it goes that far.
$134.
Josh Payne is trying to force the issue, trying to make sure it does go that
58.
far. Currently has the advantage in this leg. This would be one of the breaks a throw he needs. He needs to find 2.
100.
How big was that last start? Because it may have allowed Graham Usher in, but have a look at this for a visit.
140.
140, an
Joshua
opportune
required
time. But
170.
it's Payne first to the board for the 170, which isn't going to go. And so Graham Usher, who saw 147 against him to win a game early on
90.
today, could
Graham
end this day of a win, courtesy of a 143.
60. Joshua require 80.
Stay straight, Josh. Gonna have to come around the side of that one.
60.
Wasn't
Graham, you
able to find the
require
top, so
83.
Graham Usher should get a dart. He's going to get 2 darts.
51.
Misses 2 darts.
Joshua
There was 2
required
match
20.
darts. 2 match darts to get 2 points. Should have doubled his tally.
10.
But Payne has
Graham, you
missed 3
require
crucial darts.
32.
They may be the last darts he throws,
Game,
because
shots,
Graham Usher
and the
seals a
match.
4-1
Graham
victory,
Usher.
which could be to the detriment of Josh Payne's chances of progressing through Group A. It means he is going to be 4 points behind at the end of play, going into the final day's action in Group A, following that 4-1 defeat to Graham Usher. It's going to be a lot of work for Josh Payne to do tomorrow if he can work his way into the equation. We're going to take a short break. It's going to be Arjan Konterman up against Gary Stone to round off the day's action here at the MODUS Super Series.
Well, where did that come from? Graham Usher upsetting Josh Payne in the penultimate match of the day here. Bottom of the table, Usher producing a 4-1 win from a clear blue sky. But it's easy to see why, isn't it, when you consider that Josh Payne hit only 1 of 11 double attempts in that match. It's a disappointing end to a promising day for Josh Payne, because it means that he's still 4 points adrift of David Cameron going into the final day of action. Not an unassailable deficit, considering he will have to play Cameron tomorrow, but it's going to be difficult for him to make it into top spot, and it's looking more like a two-horse race between the top two there. But the final match features players in positions 4 and 5 as Arjan Konterman takes on Gary Stone. Stone looking for a Dutch double after beating Gian van Veen earlier on. Double 12 to do that with a 4-2 victory. But when he ran into Contaman yesterday, he enjoyed a very convincing victory, 4-1 in the end for him. So the pair of them battling out in the last match of the day, Tuesday's closing contest, is Scotland's Stone against the Netherlands' Arjan Konterman, and it will be described by Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Series is between Arjan Konterman and Gary Stone. It looks as if their destinies for the week look set now. They're going to be participating in Group C on Thursday and Friday. And for them kind of now, it is all about making sure their game's the best possible place to make an advance. And of course, tomorrow, they're going to have a very important role to play in the group, because they can play that role of spoiler.
Yeah, and you sort of feel that Gary Stone has just been simmering. He's never quite got
First
on the
leg,
boil.
it's Allian to throw first.
He's been simmering.
Game on.
His level of performance at times has been fantastic. He had a game earlier on where he had 4 maximums. That was against David Cameron when he lost 4-2.
65.
He had 9 maximums yesterday. I make it that he's on 8 for the day so
41.
far. If he could back up that 9 maximums from yesterday with another 9 today, that means he only got 180 to hit in this. It'll just
99.
be a sign that things could turn for Gary Stone, especially when we get to Group C. The outer
60.
ring has been a bit of a mystery for Gary Stone. He was 3 from 6 in his game with Josh Payne. He was 4 from 8 in his game against Van Veen.
57.
But then at other points of the day, he's been missing 6 darts and plus at solo doubles. Obviously, the moment of the day, though, has to go to Gary Stone when Graham Usher refused a dart at the double 5, left Gary Stone on 147, and he said, "Thank you very much." And he took out an incredible 147 finish, which is one of the most bonkers checkouts I've ever seen. And that includes, unfortunately, the Keith Delamerrick Bristow one when he refused to dart at the bull.
Didn't he win the World Championship on that?
Yeah, and then he decided to put 138 on his shirt, his suitcase, his dart case.
60. Allian, you require
Don't know if it's got a tattoo,
124.
maybe that's the thing that's missing.
$92. Gary, you require 144.
We know he's capable of finishing this range. And this is easy, the 147. Double 12 to add a 144 onto the rolling list of big finishes.
Allian, you require 32.
Does it go, and Contaman takes full advantage on the double 16 to lead Gary Stone by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Although I do think when we have the Series 2 highlights reel come February 12, 2023,
100.
I think we will see that 147 in there. Not the first 147 we've seen today. He's joined Judd Trump in the 147 bracket for the day.
115.
Oh, for me, it was one of the most bizarre shots I've ever seen
180.
See a player refuse a dart at double 5. I've seen players refuse a dart at the ball before, but not
59.
a straight double. That's a new one for me, that.
Every day's a school day, isn't it, I suppose?
60.
And of course, you are tuning in via the
Gary,
MODUS Super
require
Series YouTube channel. Don't forget to
161.
give us a subscribe because we'll be giving key highlights and big moments of the day. And of course, you can follow us on socials,
65.
Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, at MSS Darts. As Stone returned to 96, he had a dart, a double 12,
80.
on the back of a 144
Gary,
on the previous
require
leg.
96.
This 96, much more makeable in comparison. And he's going to get 2 darts at double 18, across for double 9, and both of them
87.
go inside. 3 missed
Aline,
darts
you
at double,
require
but Contaman
151.
is on that tricky-looking 151.
And it's purely just been that separated the players,
91.
hasn't it?
Gary, you
The
require
ones
9.
that are taking those out shots compared to... And it sounds a silly thing to say, but
Game
there
shot
has
on the
been
second leg.
a
Gary
cluster of
Stone.
players that have missed a lot of opportunities when they come to the outer ring. Gary Stone
Third leg, it's
is one
Alien
of
to
the
throw
players that
first.
keep coming
Game
in and
on.
out of that situation where they're finding it and then they're not, and then they're finding it again. That's why you've
91.
got to fancy him when it comes to Group C on Thursday and Friday. Obviously, he still might make Group B. It's not mathematically
96.
impossible. It's just improbable.
'97. '95. '100.
Second. 180 of the
180
game for Gary Stone. 2 180s in this game, both gone the way of Gary. He's had 8 before now, so that is 10
100.
180s for the day for
130.
Gary Stone. Add that to the 9 that he hit yesterday. Gary Stone has had 19 180s
76.
already
Alien, you require
in this Group A campaign.
113.
113 for Contaman. 16 leaves tops.
Game shot on the
For
third
2-1.
leg. Arjan Konterman.
And he's halfway towards victory here against Gary Stone. 15 dart leg. The standard in the winning legs haven't been too
Fourth
bad.
leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on. $140. $60. $96. $100.
What have you made of the day's play today, Matt?
133.
Been good, hasn't it? It's been a good day of action. We've seen some incredible darts. We've seen a lot of 180s. We've seen
Gary,
some big
require
finishes.
132.
We've seen some opportunities taken, some opportunities missed. For me, that is part of the enjoyment of a game of darts. I don't want to see robots hitting 9 darters after a 9 darter. I want to see people miss
60.
opportunities. I want to see the reaction on people's face. I want to see what it means to people. And we've seen everything today in that department. And I just hope we get more of the same for the rest of the week.
58. Gary requires 72.
72 for 2-2 for Gary Stone. Double 12 is the intended target, and along the line for double
Game
6
shot on the
for
fourth
15
leg.
darter.
Gary Stone.
And as we say, every leg there's been one, has been quite solid.
Fifth leg, it's
2-2, Desmond in our final game
on.
of the day at the Super Series. Now, let's mark your card for tomorrow because the first 6 games, excuse me, the first 6 games could be very, very important in terms of we may know a lot more about things by the end of it. As Gary Stone hits a max to start the leg.
45.
We kick off with Payne against Usher. Then Cameron up against this man, Gary Stone, who's doing something remarkably good, but not perfectly good.
100.
Then Gian van Veen up against Arjan Konterman. Now, Payne then plays Contaman in game 5. Cameron van Veen in leg 6.
99.
Game 6, sorry. By the end of that, we may know a lot more about who the first person into Saturday night's final may be. Their identity could be revealed.
$59. Gary, you require 81.
Gary Stone. So when I said he's simmering but not bubbling or boiling, he's not
41.
far off the 100 average here. He's hit his 20th maximum of the week so far. He's catching the eye, Gary Stone. Catching the eye of someone who could be a problem
Gary,
tomorrow to those players
40.
at the top. Catching the eye of somebody who should be able to get through one of the other groups this week.
Game shot on the 5th
Breaks
leg.
the throw.
Gary Stone.
He's 1 away from another 2 points. Points you'd probably say are rightly
6th leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
We've mentioned before that the performances at times hasn't married up to the results. Matthew Edgar makes his way up to the balcony
42.
to join Chris Murphy for the end of show conversation. And of course, the conversation continues on our social media handles. It is at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Do get in touch with us, and if you want to ask myself or Matthew any questions ahead of tomorrow's session, ahead of time, you are more than welcome to do
100.
that. And of course, if you are watching on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, do give it a subscribe, because on top of the live coverage, we'll be bringing you bonus content from behind the scenes, as well as other highlights, game of the day, things like that. So do give it a subscribe as we enter the
100.
final throes of day 2 of week 6 of Series 2 here at the Modus Super Series. It's Gary Stone with a 3-2 lead, looking to close out victory
59
against Arjan Konterman. Should go downstairs here.
99.
Does go downstairs, leaves himself on 160 after 12.
$57. Gary, you require 160.
6 starts from 160 for the match. He may only need the 3. That would have been some way to finish the day.
100.
A blockbuster way to end our moving day action, where the mover has been David Cameron. He's the man at the summit of the table following day 2.
100. Gary, you require
Gary Stone
60.
Can round off the day with victory, with tops. Double 10.
Game,
For a
shot,
4-2
and the
success
match. Gary
for
Stone.
Gary Stone. Yesterday, Arjan Konterman opened up the show with a 4-1 win against Gary Stone. Stone reverses the fortunes this time round, claiming a 4-2 victory in the final game of the day with a 92.46 average, 3 maximums in the process and 4 from 11 on the checkouts, including a high out of 72. We did have 1 ton topper from Arjan Konterman, that 113, but the spoils are Stone's. He's a 4-2 victor, but the man of the day is David Cameron. He's the man at the top of the table going into the final day's action in Group A. And to review and analyse everything that we have seen, Matthew Edgar has made his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Certainly is the man of the day, David Cameron, although some might say that Matthew Edgar himself is, because some good predictions from you today. Well done, sir.
I don't know how to take the praise, because I'm normally one giving it myself. So, Yeah, it's been
It feels better, doesn't it?
It's quite nice, actually. Yeah, it's quite enjoyable. I mean, some of those predictions I was getting a bit crazy with by the end. Oh, he's going to do this many 180s and win, and just all kept going in, didn't it? It was crazy.
You did say that David Cameron may well be top of the table by the end of today's play, and he certainly is. But only a couple of points clear of Gian van Veen after that crucial last win for Van Veen over Cameron himself.
Yeah, it makes tomorrow really interesting, and I almost feel a bit of a shame for Gary Stone that he's left this so late, because he's eye-catching at the moment. He's played some really good darts today. Not just the level of 180s he's hit, but he's now starting to get those doubles going as well. Not in every game, but in enough of the games that he could potentially still disturb the party for Group B qualification, which does give him a mathematical advantage, and he is the sort of player, from spending time with him in these practice rooms, that will want to be in Group B rather than C.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at some of the key moments today from the league leader, David Cameron, winning 4 out of his 5 matches. He may have felt that he was going to get 5 out of 5, but it just proved to be too much. But the first half or 3/4 of the day was really in top form, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I think, if anything, the way he played today, he'd probably have expected to get the 5 victories. So Gary Stone, you can see there putting his darts away. He was as expectant as we have been in terms of David Cameron. And I feel he might just feel a little bit disappointed not to have got that 5th victory today, because he certainly looked like he was going that way and then just dropped that clanger in at the wrong time.
Is Josh Payne, who we just saw David Cameron beat there, is he still in contention for top spot?
He is, of course he is, yeah. He's not too far away, he's, 4 points away, and he's still got to play the 2 players that are above him. So he can still claw himself into that position, but he is going to need somebody to beat David Cameron, and ideally not Gian. He's going to need to win by quite some scoreline. Of course he's still in the running, but it's just very unlikely.
One last prediction then. Does Cameron clinch it at the end of tomorrow?
Yes, I think Cameron clinches it, and I think tomorrow we see a lot from Gary Stone.
Well, we will be back on air tomorrow for the final day of Group A. That place at finals night will be decided. Whoever wins the group action is underway from 9:30 a.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV and, of course, on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But as of today, David Cameron is our leader. Will he get exit done? We'll find out tomorrow. See you then.